Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Humboldt County Board of Commissioners. This is the Humboldt County Board of Commissioners regular meeting, Monday, April 5th, 2021. It's approximately 9:30 a.m. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you'll please join me. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First on the agenda, we'll start with public comment. Is there anyone in the audience or online or on the phone that would like to provide public comment? If you are on the phone, press *6 to unmute yourself. Hearing none. Congressman, were you going to speak later, or did you want to do that during public comment?
Now would be the best time, sir.
Yeah, come on up. We have the great pleasure of having Congressman Amodei here today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, folks, for making some time for me. I wanted to stop by and just check in a little bit. Been a pretty exciting 120, 150 days or whatever it is from the election. I also want to update you on a few things that we've been working on. First of all, I was pleased as I was driving out this morning to see that on the eastbound lanes in I-80 coming from the west, that the new Humboldt County line sign that NDOT has provided is looking pretty shiny and stuff like that. So that gave me a little bit of a smile. And then I also wanted you to know that your county manager said something, about, are you just kind of making a loop? I said, no, I'm coming out to Winnemucca. I says, I shop here, I eat here, I get my hair cut here. I try not to cause any trouble with the sheriff or anything else like that. Real easy on the resources. So it's nice to be back. I plan to do the same on the way back today after I make the rounds and see if there are any chippers in town. Can somebody call Browns or Big R or something, see if they got any like 2-inch chippers for my 80 by 110 subdivision lot in Carson, tired of clipping that stuff. But anyhow, first of all, I wanted to give you an update on a couple of things. We have asked, and we will be coordinating through the county manager's office, that NDOT come give us a briefing. I don't care where the location is, whether it's here in Winnemucca, on the phone, whatever, in terms of what their planning status is for I-11 and the I-9 and the US 95 corridor. While I don't expect construction to be imminent, the fact that this commission and others along the route are being proactive in terms of trying to figure out what planning is necessary and stuff like that is something admirable, and that over the years that the folks at NDOT have always requested and complained about when it wasn't done. So I expect that to be scheduled within 30 days. If it's not, then the next time they complain about not being consulted on planning stuff, God willing and the creek don't rise, I'll be there to remind them of the history. Just to give you a little bit of background, they're coming from the south. There's a study going on right now to figure out how they get I-11 through the Las Vegas area. The controversy so far, and my office has appeared in front of the Transportation Board under the previous governor and also under the previous director to say, hey, we want you to pick the route between Winnemucca and Indian Springs. Because quite frankly, we don't think there's much controversy in terms of where do you go from Winnemucca in terms of trying to follow that. US 95 is kind of the only show in town. And so that request for them to designate that route in terms of, and mostly between Fallon and Winnemucca, it's like we all assume it's going to come hook in with I-80 at
Trinity.
The
Fallon turn off there.
yeah, the
Trinity.
well, it's where 95 intersects with Trinity, right? And so We didn't get anything from them exactly on that, and NDOT's come out with some stuff going, well, it could be here, it could be there, but for purposes of the northern segment of it, which, by the way, other than maybe Nye County, the largest section of I-11 when it comes about will probably be in Humboldt County in terms of centerline miles. So we've put that request in last week to include this commission as well as the NDOT planning folks. I will plan to attend as well so that we can have a discussion and you folks can kind of figure out what your program is or what other questions that brings about. I also wanted to let you know that, and I see Ms. Rackley is here, that we've been trying to identify a source of funds for some courthouse or courtroom renovation. We haven't found anything in COVID specifically. Looked at some DOJ grants, Department of Justice, nothing in there, but there is a potential avenue in through the Agriculture Committee. The preliminary snag we've hit is that people are doing too well in your county, commissioners. There's some average income issues that we're trying to work our way through and see if we can't still snag something through that in terms of finding some funding to help you out with those renovations. But that doesn't mean we've closed down the search. We'll take a look at it again and stay in touch with Ms. Rackley so that we can see if we can't find something out of there. We're also going to take another sweep through the COVID stuff, since COVID is in the eyes of the beholder, apparently, in terms of what funding is okay for what. So we're going to look through there again and see if there's any possibility, maybe by saying, as you have done such a nice job of social distancing in this venue, to see if there's a way to get some of that in there. I also have asked my folks, we've prepared a couple of memos recently. One is a federal update on all the federal issues that we're kind of tracking at the top of our radar list, if you will, which deals from everything, obviously from COVID, pandemic relief, how that money flows from the federal government to the state, to the counties, to the school districts, everything from soup to nuts. And that is about 14 pages long. I've asked my folks to get a hold of Mr. Mendiola this morning and transmit that. If there's some politically embarrassing stuff or secrets in there, the fault is mine. And then also, we've got another memo that's nearly the same length, which talks about all the COVID funding that has emanated from the 3 bills at the federal level. The CARES Act was the first one. The most recent one is, I forget the name, but they're all very nice sounding. To talk about all the different sources that we're tracking, whether they source in FEMA, whether they come through the state, whether they go to the school district, shots, testing, the whole 9 yards. Also, I want to let you know that Commissioner French was on duty instantly when I walked in and wanted to make sure that I had my rabies shot, my distemper shot, my parvo shot, as well as both COVID shots, and I'm okay. I think that puts me 1 shot ahead of Mr. Mendiola, but maybe not. So anyhow, with that, if there are specific areas, questions, stuff like that, I'd be happy to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. Yeah, I had a question brought to me from Buck Johnson up at Alder Creek Ranch. They're still trying to work on, when that Pine Forest Wilderness bill was passed through Congress, there were some, I guess, promises made that they would work on some land exchanges up there. And gosh, how long has that been? 15 years ago or so?
No. With all due respect, Mr. The most it could have been in my case is 10 years ago.
10 years, okay.
As I get
Time
a little
flies.
less sensitive about age with
Okay.
every passing day.
All right. Well, it was right. It's been at least 10 years. I think probably right after you went into Congress, you started working on that. We
Right.
started working on that. I was part of that group that worked on that, and to get the buy-in, they talked to the ranchers, and there was some requests to look at some land exchanges. And Mr. Johnson told me that he, they moved forward for a while. It cost him $150,000 he had to pay for the studies that were done, the ARCs, the appraisals and whatever else it took to get these exchanges done. Nothing happened. Just the other day, he met with them again. The
Winnemucca Field off?
Winnemucca Field office. And of course, the people that worked on it in the Winnemucca Field office 10 years ago are no more here. They're all gone, so there's all new people. And he has to start all over again. Those appraisals and stuff are so outdated, and some of them were done wrong. So they've asked him to start again, and it's going to cost him, I don't know, another $150,000 to do it again. And I think that's totally unfair because these promises were made and not followed through. And then here we see that there's some other wilderness, proposed wilderness happening. And I really have trouble at this time joining on to that when the promises that made during the Pine Forest, where we brought every group together from ATV riders to environmentalists, ranchers, the county, cattlemen, all those people were brought into that, agreed to this, right. And then they didn't follow through and do what they promised to do.
I'll call Director Raby today and get an update on that and figure out where we go to finish that up.
Okay, appreciate that.
And then we can get a hold of Mr. Johnson through you guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. He met with them last week, and that's when he was told, well, I think we got to start all over on this, the ones that you paid for. To a guy like that, $150,000 is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money to anybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any,
we should be back to you preliminarily by the close of business today.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, very good. Does anybody else have any questions for the congressman? Comments? Want to chew him out for anything? Go ahead.
I had one question having to do with, excuse me, the 30/30 proposal that came out of the, have you seen any specifics on that in terms of?
No specifics, but I've talked with the BLM state director on it and said, listen, based on the way Nevada land ownership lays out, it's not all BLM, but most of it is. But it's like, you know what, you could probably get to 30% of that going into it. But like everything else real estate related, it's location, location, location. If you're going to do it around existing towns and cities, which basically need to be able to expand in the same way that they did in Clark County with the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, it's like if you want to go out to areas in conjunction with the planning and zoning authorities in those counties and cities, which in this case would be you folks for Humboldt County, and pick out areas that are like, okay, that's probably all right, then that's one thing. But if you're just going to come in and plop down a map and put everybody in fighting for their life for the rest of it, that's obviously not going to go well in Nevada. So I would describe it at this point in time as very preliminary, but I'll also tell you that quite frankly, the way things have moved in some areas in the last 120 days, that isn't the same thing as it was before in terms of new reliance upon executive orders and less reliance upon the legislative process in terms of no committee hearings, no markups, stuff comes to the floor and it's, in our side, nothing's different because the rule in the House is the side with the most votes wins. But when they're talking about using reconciliation more often in the Senate, then that kind of turns the Senate into the House too, where you think, well, maybe, although I will say this, the fact that Senator Cortez Masto is going to be at the top of the ballot for the 22 election, I think will provide areas outside of Clark County with opportunities in terms of discussion with her office on issues that are of importance, especially in land use. We'll make sure we keep you updated on what we hear on that, though.
Great.
Kim Brook from my office will be contacting you.
Along those lines, Congressman, during the Trump administration, I think it was an executive order that required that land management agencies consult with the counties on any of these proposed changes and designations.
Right.
And is that executive order has been rescinded, and does that mean that they no longer have to do that?
I'll find out. I'm not going to speculate, although it would probably be easy, but we'll be back with you today on that too.
Yeah, I read something there. Questions, anybody?
I don't have one. I'll be nice. No question.
Well, you can get a whack at me, when after I get done with the manager's nephew on the haircut, I'll, come by.
No other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I had just one additional,
Sure.
if I could. On the waters of the U.S., how is that stacking up now with the change in the administration? Have
Well,
we actually gone back to the,
Yeah, the wind's blowing the wrong way on that.
Yeah.
I mean, there was some pretty good progress made on not ignoring things, but making them more practical. Also, relying on science and stuff like that and looking at history and things. And the last thing I heard within the past week was that was getting ready to go back to where it was before and even more on steroids, but we'll update you.
okay? And one last question, if I could, having to do with wild horses and burros. On the funding side of things, with the plans that are on the ground right now with the administration and Interior.
Well, I think the stuff that Chris Stewart had worked with Betty McCollum, who was the chairwoman of the Interior Approach Subcommittee last time, there was a fair amount of increase put into those programs that Stewart had worked on. The problem is, and you would know better than I do, the problem is when you look at solutions in terms of getting back to AML, getting animals off the range where, quite frankly, there's no ecological argument that they're not doing as much damage as overgrazing and overpressure from any other species, that when you talk about what's the long-term solution, which involves reducing those numbers and then, some way of population control, maybe it's not birth control, but maybe there are areas where it is, that quite frankly, my fear is that with the new administration and Chairman Penegrieve from Maine, who by the way wants to come out because she wants to take the same Seychelles tour that Betty McCollum took a couple of years ago, talked about eating beans on salad. I won't say anything more than that, other than I think she's in favor of that now. But anyhow, my fear is that the solution that they will fix on is let's just throw more money at it. And quite frankly, doing what you've been doing and sending more of them to the Midwest and waiting for them to pass through natural causes, quite frankly, isn't doing any good on the range out here. And so in terms of a solution. So we're gonna work with Mr. Stewart to go, hey, since apparently we're gonna be spending a lot of money this next cycle, can we try to spend it on something that will start changing the curve instead of just round them up and ship them east and those sorts of things? Because, as you also know, what the heck was the last number I knew of? It was 70 million a year just to maintain them out there?
Well, what we're heading toward right now is for long-term holding is over 400 million.
Yeah, and so even the folks from the east, when they hear that number, gets their attention, which is why Chairwoman McCollum's visit out here was helpful. For the first time, they didn't call for a roll call vote against processing them, rounding them up and processing them. Not that that's going to be made legal. If I'm wrong, you can jump me. But the fact they didn't call for a roll call vote was a direct result of Betty McCollum being in the Winnemucca district on a tour, and also she went to the holding facilities out north of Reno.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was helpful in terms of, when all else fails, try the facts. But we'll keep you in the loop.
It looks like the committee is actually going to meet in May, and it looks like we've got a long-term plan sitting in front of us right now that is not going to it's going to facilitate bringing us back to AML one time, and whatever we do with the horses, processing or holding them in pasture in Nebraska, it really doesn't matter to me. But what we're what we want to do is get to the point to where we can implement fertility control down the road and actually maintain AML. And that's the whole plan behind it. So by short circuiting the ability to moving the emergency gathers from the west, right, what we're in right now, to short circuit that through the funding side of it will eliminate our ability to actually get down to the point to where we can manage it. So
My impression right now is you're going to see increased funding for this cycle. So the challenge will be how to use that in a smart way, knowing
Yeah.
what the next few steps are.
Yep. Great. We'll keep in touch with you. It's a brand new day with that board right now. Brand new group of people, brand new administration within that. So it's brand new, but the secretary changed. So,
Okay.
so like my dad used to say, is opportunity and chaos.
Be careful what you ask for.
That's right. And
Thank you for your service.
I appreciate the bump.
Yep.
So.
I have just one more question. I understand that, I know that Martin isn't working isn't with you anymore.
He
And
went back to the ranch.
yeah,
Which, picking his dad over our office is like, well, I guess I can understand that.
do you have a new?
But he's also, he's taken on a role with the Cattlemen's Association
Yeah,
as well. So he's splitting time between those. But,
Right.
we've been very lucky with that position in having Megan Brown and then Martin in terms of that. And so I made the decision. It's like, listen, I want to fill the position, but I'm not going to fill it just to say it's filled. You need kind of a special person because you're up there, you're kind of on your own more often than we'd like, but we've been lucky with good people in the past. So it's not that we've made the decision that we're not going to have the storefront somewhere up here, but we do want somebody that's going to continue that strong tradition that those two folks have had.
great. So if we do need to contact, we just contact your Reno office and talk to them.
Or me.
Okay,
We have hired, Abby is our newest person. I think she was out here to introduce herself to you guys in a little bit. So she's kind of detailed to come out, or a little bit in the past. So she's riding the circuit, if you will. She lives in Fernley.
okay,
And so as a matter of fact, she says, you want me to come out with you today? And I said, well, if you want to keep your reputation intact, you probably shouldn't be seen in the same place with me. So anyhow, she's got some experience on the Hill in terms of working in a congressional office, so that's good. But her addition to fill out the Reno office, which has been down a person or two for quite a while, is in no way closes the doors up here.
okay,
For resource issues and stuff like that, Ken Brook, who's my legislative director, who you've worked with before, is still in that area. So it's not like, hey, you get to go play executive and not worry about the issues. He's still the BLM guy and all that other sort of stuff. So start with Ken or me, and then we'll go from there.
okay, thank you. Okay, so nothing else? Congress, we appreciate your time and stopping by, and it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your folks' time, and we'll be in touch on the issues that we talked about this
Okay,
morning.
thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Go Broncos.
Go Broncos is right.
Is there any other public comment? Is there any public comment online or on the phone? If you're on the phone and like to speak, you can press *6. You see anything, Dave?
No.
Okay. It doesn't look like we have any further public comment, so we'll move on. I don't believe there's any minutes. I didn't see any.
Minutes.
Okay. Approval of expenditures. Approval of expenditures for Humboldt County for March 23rd, 2021 through April 5th, 2021. Is everyone, did we have any expenditures? Don't think we did we?
No.
No. Okay.
So why don't we pass on that? We'll come back to it so we have a chance to look at it.
Okay, we'll come back to the expenditures. That brings us to miscellaneous reports and correspondence. This is for information on upcoming meetings. Will be April 8th, 2021 will be a health board meeting. April 11th, Regional Planning Commission meeting. April 12th, Regional Airport meeting. April 19th, County Commission meeting.
Chairman,
Yes,
what was the date on regional planning?
April 12th. No,
11.
11th.
That's a Sunday. Are we going to change?
Oh, that's the
It's
one.
April 8th.
On one paper, it says 8th.
They corrected it.
Yeah. Okay, so that'll need a correction. The Regional Planning Commission meeting will be on April 8th. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have a special county commission meeting on the 8th as well.
8th as well at 8 o'clock, yeah.
At 8, that will be at 8 o'clock on April 8th, just before the county health board meeting.
Get that
Okay.
correct.
So that brings us to the reports from commissioners regarding other boards and committees on which they serve. Commissioner
Mr.
Hill?
Chair,
Yes.
before you go on, so that special meeting on the 8th is at 8:30 in the morning.
8:30.
Yeah.
Okay, stand corrected. The special meeting on April 8th, Humboldt County Commission is at 8:30. So that brings us to the reports. Commissioner Hill, would you like to start?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Hill. I had a Paradise Valley Conservation District meeting last week. Just normal business, nothing new to report there. I think that's it
Okay,
for this week.
Commissioner Haas?
This is Commissioner Haas. The Humboldt County Local Emergency Planning Committee on 3/23/21. That was pretty much cut and dried also. There'll be a exercise later in the year in September. And we went over several grants. Also attended the budget hearings on the 29th and 30th.
Cover it.
Yes, I'm sorry. That's it.
Commissioner Tipton?
Yeah, besides the budget hearings, I had a NACO bill draft committee meeting on Friday. Seems like every Friday during these I get interrupted, but I did get quite a little bit of information. The big thing that I've got out of these hearings is the AB 354 and AB 356. There'll be a hearing on them at 4 p.m. today, and that has to do with the creation and setup of the authority for water banks from the state engineer's office, and also for requirements for creating an account for purchasing and retiring certain water rights. And that's, to me, is a very alarming bill that's been presented there. It starts to take away water from Humboldt County and moving it to Washoe County or Story County. And I think it's something that we as a commission probably should fight as hard as we can to stop that. There was AB 1 training for new legislators passed out of the assembly. AB 2 also passed out. That was governor appointed board members. They're changing that to allow more board members, more appointed people to serve on more boards within the governor's appointments. What was it? There's a collective bargaining SB 294 that NACO is opposed. AB 33, I didn't write that title down, but it's also mentioned as a due pass for assembly. Then AB 45 is a hearing tomorrow at 9 a.m. and it's in the assembly on growth and infrastructure. Governor Affairs, and has to do with creating an office under the government for grant procurement, and they would move that office from where it is today underneath the governor as a direct office under him. And we're looking into it, seeing exactly what it's going to do, but it may not be a bad deal. They have somebody there specifically to help state agencies and counties with grant applications from the federal government. But we'll have more on that at the next meeting. There's another bill, AB 372, the Doctors of Nevada program, and it would require an imposition of assessment on each county to help pay for stipends to resident physicians who commit to practicing in the state. They're looking at 25% of those costs to come from the counties, which I don't have the exact numbers right now of what that could entail for Humboldt County, but I'll be working with Gina to see if she knows exactly what that amount will be. There's a committee hearing, SJR 3, there's another meeting on that, on wild horse and burros, but I'll leave that for Commissioner French. AB 211 is in committee. It's a bill that would give NDOW authority to submit comments on potential impacts for proposed subdivisions. There's nothing scheduled on it right now, but when we talked about that, that's something they already have in their ability to do. So it's kind of something that I don't think they'll want to support that. There's another bill, AB 336, peace officers, requiring them to do behavioral health evaluations every year. That cost could come back to the counties as an additional expense. So NACO's opposed to that. SB 283 is an energy bill, energy efficient improvements or projects and renewable energy projects. It would require cities and counties to create a district to finance some of those products. That's in the Senate Government Affairs, and it's being heard today at 3:30 p.m. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Tipton. Commissioner French?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit of an update on 372, the doctor assessment bill. Just got a text back from Dagny Stapleton. She said that she spoke with the bill author and indicated that NACO would consider it an unfunded mandate and would be opposing it. The bill has to be introduced formally by Friday, and there's no hearing scheduled. She said it just doesn't bode well for the survival of the bill at this point. So looks like it might die a quiet death. But with regard to meetings and such, I had a meeting, board of directors meeting with NACO, and there were only two items that I really wrote down on that I felt we hadn't talked about in a while that you might have an interest in right now. One was an update from our legal team having to do with the opioid or the opioid suit that we joined in. Basically, what's going on with that right now is that there's been a number of moves made on the part of the 8 companies that have been targeted for the national opioid litigation going on right now. The moves they have made is to try to transfer all of the litigants into the same court in Illinois. And he had a name for it. I don't remember off the top of my head, but he said basically that's a place for litigation to die a slow and quiet death, because when those bills are actually go in front of a single judge in Illinois, and it allows that judge to schedule or not schedule those hearings in perpetuity. There is no schedule. And so basically it's a technique used to just stall the process until everybody runs out of wind. They are moving aggressively to maintain the case. We have not been transferred the the Nevada cases have not been transferred to Illinois yet. Nevada is a state that has a very robust consumer protection law. And so Nevada is a good state to litigate these in from that standpoint. And the case has, they have argued twice now in federal court to maintain the case, those cases in the state of Nevada. Our Attorney General, from wanting all of the counties to join under the state's Attorney General's litigation, we indicated to member at that time that based on what happened with the tobacco settlement and the fact that none of those dollars went back to the counties who provided the services, they all stayed in state government. We weren't interested in actually being enjoined in the Attorney General's case. The Attorney General has now endorsed our separate litigations, and which was good news. They said that they would keep us up to speed. Now it looks like if we don't get thrown into the Illinois basket, it looks like something's going to happen probably within this year. There's actually been settlements. They're actually in settlement work right now. Apparently, there's about $500 million in the West that is they've actually they're actually working with divvying it up with the settlements and such. We also had a report from Marcy Ryba. She is the director of the Department of Indigent Services. She gave us an update on the progress for adoption of state regulations. As you're well aware of, our county manager serves on that board, so I'll let him, if he's got anything to share with us on that. She didn't have anything that jumped out at me at that moment in time, but indicated it was good progress with moving forward with setting the indigent services protocols for into the future. Had a PLNR meeting in Carson City, discussion of SJR 3 and talking about, obviously about some of the watered down language on SJR 3. I haven't received any confirmation as to what that language looks like as of this morning, so I can't share it with you right now. There's no movement on the Fallon Training Range complex. As you're well aware that we're back to square one on that in terms of deciding how much land is actually withdrawn within the context of that training range expansion. And then the last was a greater sage grouse litigation update, and we are now in Judge Windmill's, we are interveners in Judge Windmill's case officially in Idaho. I had one other meeting on April Fool's Day with Nevada Works CEO recruitment. Had 36 applicants, had one from India, one from Dubai. I had 2 PhDs, 12 master's degrees, MBAs, and I haven't got a clue who we're going to hire yet, but we're going to be scheduling. We'll be doing all the scheduling of the hiring interviews here in the next 10 days, and I'll give you an update on that. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had.
Thank you. I only had one meeting last week, other than our budget hearings, of course, that we were all involved in. I had a meeting in Orvada with concerned citizens, Thacker Pass, and that's something we have on the agenda today. We have Nevada Lithium with us to speak, and appreciate them coming. The meeting was typical of what we just had a few presentations. NDOW, Nevada Department of Wildlife, gave us a short presentation, talked about the upcoming comments due to the Nevada Department of what am I trying to say?
Environmental protection.
Environmental protection, yeah, that are coming up and submitting those comments. We have another meeting tomorrow with Nevada Lithium scheduled to be there. We're all looking forward to that. I know that our chairman, Terry Crawforth, has had a number of phone calls with Nevada Lithium, and things are moving along, it seems, pretty well, going in the right direction. So that's all I have. I'm not going to say much more because they're here today and we'll listen to their presentation. So with that, we will move on to number 7 is the consent agenda. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on requests from John Arant for appointment as business representative, Brian Stone for reappointment as the motel representative, and Terry Boyle for reappointment as the hotel representative on the Winnemucca Conventioners Visitors Authority. This is for a 2-year terms expiring on the first Monday in January 2023. Discussion and possible action. So that's pretty explanatory. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
Mr. Chairman, I would, this is Commissioner French, I would move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to number 8, West Coast Salmon representation. This is for information only. A presentation by Ralph Rung, project manager for West Coast Salmon, Nevada, and update the Board of Commissioners on the progress with the Atlantic Salmon Farm Facility. This is for information only. Would Mr. Rung like to come up? I hope I said your name right. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Good.
Thanks for coming. If you would identify yourself for the record and please use the microphone.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Ralph Rung, and I am the Vice President of Engineering and Construction for West Coast Salmon, Nevada, and also the U.S. officer, and I speak on behalf of myself and my colleagues today. Thank you for your time and your interest in our project, and we appreciate all the interest around there. I think most of you are aware that our actual project site is just 1 mile south of the Humboldt County border into Pershing County, but we recognize that a lot of our activities and future employees and things like that will actually be, here in Humboldt County and Winnemucca. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. What I've done is I've prepared just sort of a brief presentation, a little bit of background on aquaculture and why we're interested in locating in Nevada, and then some background on the project and where we are and what our anticipated milestones are. So the first slide is a quote from Jacques Cousteau in 1971, where he talks about, we can no longer hunt the sea. We need to start using it as a farmer. In my personal opinion, as I think that aquaculture has kind of lagged some of the advances in agriculture and ranching science, and to the point where we've now seen that the fisheries in the seas are becoming overfished. And the aquaculture science has advanced enough now to where we can actually begin to divorce the raising of fish from surface waters, from lakes, from seas, from rivers, and actually do it in facilities such as we're proposing here in Nevada. We're interested in Atlantic salmon, which is a cold water fish, and I've got a couple slides coming up which show you some of the market information for that. But there's over 500,000 tons of Atlantic salmon that are imported into the United States every year, primarily from Chile, Norway, and the Faroe Islands. And one of the largest markets is on the West Coast. So we plan to build a 60,000 metric ton facility to raise Atlantic salmon here in Nevada. And a lot of people say, why Nevada? Well, the answer is, and we'll go into a little bit more detail, is that the aquaculture and water Fish biology science is advanced enough that we can raise fish in closed facilities. And I'll talk a little bit about, but one of the most important aspects for us is biosecurity also, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But why Nevada? First of all, it's access to a very large market, the West Coast. We plan to service all the way down into Southern California, up to Washington, Oregon, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas market. We can ship those easily with I-80 corridor out of our site. The second thing is this is actually a very suitable climate for raising a cold water fish. Obviously, we have a lot of HVAC requirements in order to keep the fish cold, and with an arid, cool climate, it reduces the amount of HVAC that we have to have in order to keep the tanks cool and to raise the fish. And interestingly enough, the electricity is the second largest cost for us behind fish feed itself. And Nevada has a very favorable power rate, which is good for us too. And I hope the NV Energy, our people aren't on the phone because we'll probably get a raise after that comment, but the power rate is very attractive to us. And finally, the geology is also of interest too, because of the bedrock here and the low water table. We're able to actually submerge a lot of the piping and tanks, which saves on structural costs and also provides some sort of seismic protection when doing that, and some thermal insulation in the ground too. So that's why Nevada. What do we want to do? Our Chief Technology Officer calculated this thing. We're going to produce around 140 million meals of salmon per year. That must not include teenagers, because I think that'd probably be a much lower number if that was teenagers. But the most important thing is we will recycle and disinfect and recirculate over 99.9% of our water in our facilities. And we do that, and I've got a slide coming up to show a little bit how to do that. So it's a very efficient use of the water. Our consumptive use of the water is primarily evaporation from the facility and from recharging the aquifer. And we're working on new technologies in order to recover more of that water. So we believe that we will actually reduce the consumptive use from the previous owner. And as you'll see in a later slide, we're actually going to move our points of diversion away from the river. And so we think that we are going to be good neighbors in terms of not only reducing the consumptive use of the water, but also recycling the amount to raise that amount of salmon. We also have waste streams that are full of nutrients, especially nitrogen. We plan to sell or supply sludge to local farmers, both in Humboldt and Pershing counties. And then, of course, we want to be good neighbors and provide jobs for the community. So a little bit about the background of aquaculture. It's been around for a very long time. The first early recordings of aquaculture were over 5,000 years ago in China. Aquaculture began really as raising fish in ponds. That's not very efficient because there's a lot of pollution and it's difficult to raise the fish in that. So eventually they started developing what they call these recirculating aquaculture systems, or RAS systems. And the early versions of that you would hatch the eggs on shore, raise the fish to a smolt size, which is about a 6-inch fish, and then they take it offshore in these sea pens. And the sea pens are inefficient in a sense that they have about a 30% mortality rate of the salmon between disease, storms, predators. Tuna love to break through the nets and feast on the salmon. And so the industry has evolved through the evolving biology science for the fish, but also the water technology to bring the full grow out on shore. And I'll talk a little bit more in a few slides about how big our facility actually is in order to raise that many fish. As you can see from the next slide there, aquaculture is growing quite rapidly, and you could see the U.S. aquaculture production and Atlantic summer production is a very small part of the global production picture. So we're interested in on-sourcing salmon supply here in the U.S., capturing some of the market for that 500,000 tons. But more importantly, I think the pandemic and even some of the problems we've had in the Suez Canal over the last week show that global supply chains have issues with them. So by bringing the fish on shore, I think we improve reliability and sustainability for supply of fish to the important markets. The next slide there shows a little bit about how wild fish capture is leveling off as the fisheries become overfished, and aquaculture is now on par with the amount of fish that are captured here and will continue to grow very rapidly in the future. So what is a RAS facility? This is a very simplistic diagram, but you can see the fish tank down there in the lower right-hand corner contains the water in the fish. In our particular facility, for the first phase, we'll have 58 of these tanks actually, ranging in size depending upon the fish, how they are. The final grow-out tanks, which grow the fish to about 6 to 7 pounds, are about 80 feet in diameter and 25 feet deep, so they're pretty big tanks. And when all's said and done, after 3 phases, we'll have almost 25 million gallons of water in a facility that's being recirculated on a 99.9% basis. So then the fish waste comes out. It goes to this structure here called the DNS, which we denitrify. Then it goes up to a biofilter, which is the CIFT, where ammonia and CO2 are stripped out. And then the water goes to the ozone and the ODS, which are the oxygen and ozone systems, to be disinfected before it's put back into the tanks. We then take the sludge from the DNS. It's settled. We dewater it, and the sludge then becomes a nutrient for farms. And of course, then the fish are processed on site. And as Jan likes to say, we're a horizontal type operation. We're doing some of the processing here, and then it'll be shipped out to the markets in refrigerated trucks. We don't freeze the fish, which is an advantage. Most of the salmon that's coming in from overseas has been frozen, so when you get it in the supermarket, it's 4 to 5 days old. So we'll have it in the supermarkets within 48 hours. So it'll be a fresher fish. So a little bit more about our project. As I mentioned earlier, we're located right over the border in Pershing County at Cosgrave Farm. We've got about 2,000 acres. You can see our water rights there. We've applied through DWR for our change applications. We're changing the method of use from irrigation to commercial, and then sort of cleaning up our place of use in that the boundaries of the land didn't quite match what was on the records with the state. So the change apps are actually appearing this week in the publications. I think they're publishing here in Humboldt and Pershing counties this week. So those change apps will be published for that. And this is briefly just on our well strategy I mentioned earlier. We're actually moving the wells further away from the river to the east, closer to the highway. We have 3 permitted points of diversion, and we have 2 operating wells right now and 1 monitoring well. The water recharge itself will be done through rapid infiltration basins, or the RIBs, so that we're recharging the aquifer. We do have to discharge some of the water. I mean, I get the question quite often, why don't you, if you're going to disinfect and recycle, why don't you do 100%? The answer is we may get there someday, but you can't do it right off. There may be some metals build up or something like that. So we take the water we discharge, we clean it up to drinking water standard, then we recharge it to the aquifer, which is how we're able to sustain the use of the water we have. The next slide then is the current iteration, sort of our design of the site. The green and blue bars are the future phases. The kind of brownish bar in the middle is the first phase. You can kind of see the tank layout in there. As I mentioned earlier, there's 58 tanks in there. That's actually about 1.5 million square feet underneath roof. And so when we get the other 2 phases done, we'll have a little over 5 million square feet under roof. The length of the site from the entrance to where the biosecurity starts to the back side of it there, where the water treatment section is a little over, is about a mile in length. And each one of the production halls is about a half mile in length. So it's going to be a pretty large facility when all is said and built out. We'll talk a minute about biosecurity. When you've got over 1 million fish in the facility, I mean, obviously we're very concerned about pathogens getting in and having fish mortality. There's over 7 different vectors for potential pathogens that are identified, anywhere from people, feed, water, rodents, air. And so we have plans to deal with each one of those vectors. The facility itself, in either to get into it, you go through multiple disinfection stations, you change clothes and everything like that. So it's like a clean room or a data center in that it's a high biosecurity regime. The next slide is just a very simple flow diagram of our facility. You can see the gray arrows that start about 2/3 of the way up the page and go down the bottom is actually the flow of the fish. We bring eggs in, they go into a hatchery. Then there's a first feeding where the salmon actually have their first feeding. They go through a smolt phase and what's called the grow out phase, which are the very large tanks. Then there's a finishing system where the fish are actually purged right before they're stunned and then headed to go out to market. You can see the heavy red lines there are places where we recycle water. I mentioned the DNS earlier as the wastewater treatment system. That water all gets treated and then it goes to a discharge back to the aquifer and is recycled back to our production wells. So our consumptive uses of water beyond fish growth is primarily evaporation in the sludge. We dewater the sludge to a certain point, but there's some water that goes out with sludge. So we've completed the water balance since this slide was made. This was the flow diagram, and it looks like that our consumptive use will be less than what our permitted application is for. As we refine that, we'll do that. About 80% of the evaporation goes out through the ribs. So we're actively looking at technologies to cover the ribs or recover some of that evaporation to reduce consumptive use further. So at the end of the day, where we want to be is where the, using as little as water is needed to raise the fish. So then just kind of wrapping up, water conservation is very important to us. We understand that it's a, precious resource here in the state of Nevada, especially in this area of the country. So our intent is to continue to develop technologies through the RAS to reduce either evaporation or operational losses we have in that, in the RAS itself. We recharge all the water that we discharge from the facility to the aquifer after treatment so that we're conserving that water. And with that, where we are currently on the project is we're about 50% through our initial design. We anticipate being complete with design late summer, beginning the permitting process with Pershing County to start early works fourth quarter of this year. On the water side, our change apps have been submitted, as I mentioned earlier. We expect to send in our applications for the ribs by the end of this month. Once we begin site works, it's about almost 10 to 12 months before we put the first eggs in, and we won't have the facility completely completed before we put the eggs in. But we'll be building in front of the fish as they're growing, so it'll be a few sleepless nights on that, I would imagine. But then our first harvest of the salmon is in late 2024. The growth cycle for a salmon is about 22 months. So once we get the first eggs in, our first harvest will be 2024. Then, one of the things that I'm really focused on is continuing to dialogue with key stakeholders such as yourself, the regulatory authorities, and local residents. So once again, appreciate the opportunity to give you an update, and I'm sure we'll be back as we get a little bit closer to breaking ground with an update on that. So with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Well, that's very interesting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I had a couple of questions if you might
absolutely.
gather.
I think you would.
You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that food is probably one of your largest expenses for raising those fish. Do you have plans for processing your own food, or are you planning on using some of the folks out of southern Idaho and Utah?
Food is very species specific, and modern fish foods for RAS are formulated for two things. One is growth of fish, and the other then is for feces management. I mean, you want the feces to be solid and in a thing, and I've attended some really fascinating discussions on that. But the answer is it's formulated specifically for Atlantic salmon. The closest facility right now is in British Columbia. We're trying to, with the size of our facility, we think there'll be a location down there. I'm not a fish feed expert, but I can tell you that there's, in some of the formulations now, there's over 50 different ingredients, including micronutrients, binders, and things like that. And it's our single biggest cost. Yeah. And it's also a little bit fascinating. I come from the chemical industry, so I'm learning a lot about aquaculture as I'm going. But, the objective for us is when we're feeding the fish is not one bit of food hits the bottom of the tank, because then that's something we have to process. So there's camera systems, there's all kinds of electronic equipment that monitor very accurately how the fish feed, and ensuring that we have, a very high efficiency on the fish feed it's putting in there. So I don't know if that's,
Right.
and just to finish the thought, I know that some of the facilities up there in Idaho, and some of those areas are for other species, I think primarily trout.
Yeah, primarily trout, but they do custom feed as well. And one of the interesting parts of this question has to do with the disinfection of the food source itself.
Correct.
And that's a new concept, and I don't think any of those guys are equipped for that.
Yeah, so actually we'll have dedicated disinfected trucks that come from British Columbia, at least initially. We're exploring rail, but it's a little bit more difficult to keep the refrigeration on there. There's oils in there that bind the feed that have to be kept cool, and as you said, there's a high disinfection requirement there. But we're almost a year and a half away from first feeding, so we're it's sort of an ongoing thing, but it is a big area of focus.
The other thing is, I was kind of wondering what the production cycle looks like. From the time, I'm guessing you're going to use egg jars or something along that line in order to incubate the eggs, but from hatch off to processing, we're looking at about 18 months.
It's 22 months,
22
actually.
months.
Yeah, 22 months. And we move the fish by gravity as much as we can to stress them the least. As they grow, they go to bigger tanks.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then the other question I was going to ask is that you may have answered this question, but is all of the production rearing facilities under a roof, or are they outside? Are some of your rearing tanks going to be outside?
No, they're all under roof at a positive pressure because of biosecurity concerns.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, everything's under roof.
That's all I had. Thanks.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Questions?
Yes, sir. I have a question. Your tanks, are most of those tanks underground?
It depends is the answer. Actually, I attended a meeting on that this morning. The issue there is the soils there. We're seen some compaction issues from the geotechnical studies. So we're trying to determine if they'll be, partially submerged, all the way submerged. We haven't made that determination yet, but the more we get underground to a certain point, the better off we are.
Okay, thank you.
Are we looking at concrete or fiberglass or for the tanks, or what?
We're still looking at materials of construction. The concrete is not cheap in Nevada, and I'm used to Gulf Coast prices. So the final determination has not been made, but it'll be strictly a cost issue.
So I guess I had envisioned that the wastewater were going to be used in the present farming operation that's there. Will that go away, the farming part of that operation there?
You talking about the hay farm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'll go
You
away.
won't need that anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've, and most of you probably know Blake, we've agreed with Blake that he can grow hay this spring. But we'll probably, but we have the right to interrupt that anytime we want to.
Okay.
This will be his last year there.
Are you anticipating any problems with changing the water use to a commercial there, or any protests or anything happening on that?
I'm doing my best to try to
I would
explain
think
our
so,
project
yeah.
to people. We think we have a good story. And, the people in Pershing County and here, Jan and Heidi and everybody and Dave have been tremendously supportive of our project. And I've met with the DWR, everybody I can think of to meet with or get advice to meet with to try to explain the project and tell our story, because I think it's the best way we can do that. Some people may protest, but we're trying to do our best to get out in front of it.
And there's sufficient water presently for this operation?
Yes, sir.
You would think that it would actually take less water than alfalfa if you're going to reuse it.
Well, and I think that's why we said the consumptive use will go down. And
Yeah.
as the next generations of RAS technology come along, or we figure out ways to reduce evaporation from the ribs, we'll use even less water.
Any other questions, anybody?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Really appreciate your
It's an
input.
exciting endeavor
It's,
to something
I
all
have to tell you, it's
completely
a
new.
fun
not-
project to work
yeah.
on too.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Anything we can do to help you, just let our county manager know or come back to the commission. We
Appreciate it. Thanks again.
appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to take a short, maybe 5-minute break, and we'll be right back with Nevada
I can't see.
you, everyone, for waiting. We'll reconvene the county commission meeting. Next on the agenda, we have Lithium Nevada presentation, update to the Humboldt County Board of Commissioners regarding Thacker Pass. This is informational only. So, good morning, Tim.
Good morning. Thank you,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name's Tim Crowley. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs and Community Relations for Lithium Nevada. I want to thank you for inviting Lithium Nevada to this meeting. We appreciate your continued support and interest in the Thacker Pass project, and thank you for participating in the cooperating agency in the review of our successful application to the BLM. Use of lithium batteries is soaring, especially in the United States, where every major automaker is committed to building electric vehicles. Our development at Thacker Pass has the potential to make Humboldt County and Nevada a world leader in lithium, and is key to ending our country's dependence on China lithium compounds. As a native Nevadan, nothing would make me more proud to make this county a world leader in lithium production. However, talk is cheap, and so let me put that highly desirable goal into perspective. World demand for lithium is currently about 350,000 tons per year. Of that, 3,500 tons of the minerals are mined in the United States. That's 1%. I can do that easy math. 1% comes from the US. And yet demand is anticipated to triple over the next 4 years, making current US production insignificant. Without Thacker Pass, the US will barely be on the playing field. China currently supplies 62% of the world's lithium chemicals, and without change, our reliance on their political goodwill will become profoundly greater. I suspect that's nothing that anyone on this panel would want. The Thacker Pass project represents America's path to domestic supply chain independence for this vital metal. It is anticipated to produce 60,000 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent when in full production. That's 17 times greater than what is produced in the US right now. To accomplish that feat, Thacker Pass will employ we anticipate employing 300 people in great family supporting jobs. It will rely on an additional 120 people to furnish supplies and services to the facility. So those are direct vendors to our operation, would employ another 120 people. And then there's induced labor, and that's anticipated to be 60 more people. Induced labor are the jobs that this community would have to create just to support the economic development and the families that we bring in. So that could be a new bartender at Winnemucca Pizza or a new cashier at Ridley's. The project could also generate as much as $6.7 billion in new tax revenues over the project life cycle of 46 years. Much of that will come to this county through net proceeds, sales and use, and property taxes. Thacker Pass is a great project. We're moving closer to making it a reality. After 10 years of collecting data, drilling, designing, going through an exhaustive federal permitting process, we have received a record of decision from the BLM. Yes, Thacker Pass will have impacts, and those impacts need to be managed. And the approved environmental impact statement analyzed the scientific studies conducted to measure those impacts. The EIS and accompanying monitoring and mitigation plan prescribes the steps we must take to offset those impacts, minimize the impacts, and in some cases, completely avoid them. We commend the BLM and the cooperating agencies at the federal and state level, as well as you and the Humboldt County staff for the hard work you did in conducting this thorough review. Like all other mining and industrial projects in Nevada, Thacker Pass will be obligated to comply with the Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, Nevada's water law, and all other state and federal safety and environmental laws. This recently improved ROD puts us on a path to do just that. As we near the point where construction could begin, we understand there are bound to be an uptick in questions from fellow Nevadans about how our path forward, how we will plot our path forward, and we welcome this opportunity with you today on behalf of the people of Humboldt County. To that end, I'm here with other members of our Thacker Pass team. On the Zoom is our CEO, Alexei Zavadsky. He's been stuck in British Columbia for the last 13 months due to COVID-related travel restrictions. I'm also accompanied in person by our leads in engineering, geology, mining, environmental, and community relations. They're all here behind me. This group will also meet tonight in McDermott and tomorrow night with the newly formed community committee in Norvada. We're happy to have the opportunity to engage with the community committee going forward. We've worked with Chairman Cherry and Chairman Crawford to identify a facilitator to engage in a genuine, real dialogue with the local communities and get us on a path to transparency and trust. This is going to help us collectively and cooperatively address local community concerns. We genuinely believe that. We plan to be a part of this county for many decades to come, and we'll always strive to earn your trust and support. It's what neighbors do. So as for the next steps, we're working to secure the relevant state permits. We watched your recent hearing where you invited NDEP and know that you're aware of those permits. We anticipate all permits to be issued later this year. At the same time, Lithium Nevada is focused on advancing the financing process, including discussions with potential strategic partners. We have also raised $500 million, which doesn't get us across the finish line, but is a good chunk to help fund our operation. And it provides additional options to move Thacker Pass forward. Until the permits and full financing are in place, we can't tell you exactly when we're going to break ground on this project, but we hope to have that announcement later this year. In line with the U.S. government policy, Thacker Pass presents a strategic opportunity for our country to end its dependence on China for critically important lithium. Just as important as the state recovers from the devastating human and employment impacts of the COVID pandemic on our state, Thacker Pass represents a unique opportunity to inject desperately needed investment in the state. Key to this economic stimulus is the hiring of our workforce and providing them with family-supporting jobs. Our intent is to hire locally to the greatest extent possible. We recently hired 2 engineers in Winnemucca, one of them who is the 7-footer sitting behind me here. We're actively participating in Build NV run through Great Basin College to ensure more locals have the skills to work on our construction once that begins. So in summary, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we want to put Nevadans, northern Nevadans, on the world map, and the people of Humboldt, we want to put the people of Humboldt County to work. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to open it up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Questions? I have a question to start out with. I know that the Nevada Lithium was given some tax incentives, I guess, to start the project. And, you know, we know that there's going to be some costs associated to the county, probably with roads and who knows, law enforcement. We may have to increase some law enforcement, those types of stuff. And how those tax incentives may impact our ability as a county to pay for some of these additional costs that, it will bring in revenues, but it would also bring in some additional costs to the county as well. How long are these incentives for?
Yeah.
And what are the incentives, I believe, on sales tax? And I'll let you just explain it.
So we do, thank you for that question, by the way. And we have enjoyed great support from the state. They gave us tax abatements, as you mentioned, and we're really pleased to have the governor support us and that Commission on Economic Development. The specific abatements are a 2% break on the state portion of sales taxes for 2 years. That doesn't sound like a long period of time, but consider that we're going to purchase, we're going to build $1 billion plus facility. Much of what goes into that facility is subject to sales tax, sales and use taxes. So the state portion of that sales tax will be limited to 2% for those 2 years. Consumption after that, we'll continue paying sales tax for years and years and years, but there's this huge influx of sales tax to get us up and running. The other break that we get is a 50% tax on the MBT. The MBT is called the modified business tax. It's a tax on our payroll, and that's only a state tax. The county, Humboldt County, gets no revenue from MBT. So they're going to give us a 50% break for 4 years. I should have mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that first tax, the sales tax, is estimated to save us $5 million. The second tax is estimated to save $250,000. The third break that we get is a 50% tax, 50% break on the personal property, the state portion of personal property taxes, and that lasts for 10 years. And
That's only the state portion?
Right.
It won't affect the county's portion?
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and the nice thing I want to highlight is that we're also going to be net proceeds of minerals taxpayers, and that by law is not abatable. So there will be no abatements to the net proceeds of tax. I haven't looked recently, so it's a little reckless for me to say, but I think you get right about 50% of that. What Humboldt County will get is the same rate that you assess for property tax. So I might be getting into the weeds a little bit, but we pay a 5% tax on net proceeds. And if the Humboldt County property tax rate is 2.5%, which I think it is somewhere in there, you know off the top of your head, Dave, you get that percentage. So so that won't change, not one bit. And that's one to keep your eye on, is that.
We're keeping an eye on the state too. They're wanting to change a few.
Yeah, I know. And that's another fight that
Yeah, it's not your problem.
is not pretty at this point. So we do appreciate having those incentives. It's going to help us get up and running, but we don't see impacts. There are no direct impacts of those abatements to the county. But you also asked about infrastructure. We're concerned about that as well. We have met for the last few years with the Nevada Department of Transportation, but most recently we met with them. It might be a month now, but we went up to the site. Our main concerns, maybe we haven't officially put them in this order, but we're mostly concerned about people's safety. That's at the top of the list. And the truck drivers that we're going to use to haul most of our equipment are going to be locals. The reason why is that we're going to use rail to get most of our reagents, our materials to Winnemucca. And from there, we'll put them on trucks. So the truck traffic is going to be a loop between Winnemucca and Thacker Pass. And so we anticipate using local drivers and local companies, probably very likely the same type of companies that are working for the other mining operations today. So it's important it would have been important if the driver was from Cheyenne, but it brings it into a much more real situation when you can put a face on it and it's your neighbor and they're going to work every day. Not only are we concerned about the driver's safety, we're concerned about the people that he goes by. So safety is at the top of our list in terms of truck traffic. We are concerned about slowing down traffic, and that's the reason we're talking to NDOT. We talked to them about the entrance and exits of our facility, and we're in a preliminary stage to put together a design that will help with the site clearances, include acceleration lanes and turn lanes, so that through traffic can just keep on going and won't have to be stalled by our trucks. That's an important piece. That discussion is also happening around 293 and 95, that interchange. That's a very sensitive interchange, primarily because there's an elementary school not too far from there, and on one side of 95 you have you know better than anybody. You have an elementary school and you have a gym on the other side. So we're in discussions with NDOT on what we can do to make that interchange much, much safer. I think this community committee presents a great opportunity for us to actually put some meat on the bones of plans like that and actually get into some detail, show some designs, get some feedback, and move forward on a plan.
I think the community has some ideas too they would like to run by the company, and I think they're fair questions and some simplistic ideas that probably will work, but the communication needs to be there between the company and the community, and I think we're working on that, and I hope that we can accomplish that.
Well, we've stubbed our toe a bit, but we support that committee. We look at it as a tool that's going to help us. If we can't work with the community, we got a world of trouble ahead of us. And so we're really grateful that that's come together. I think having a facilitator, which was your idea, thank you, is going to be great.
Yeah, because I think what the company sees as the big concerns and what the community sees as the big concerns may be a little different, and to get together and decide those. I know traffic is a huge concern to them because they have to run that road back and forth. Their children come to school here. They worry about the safety of their, everyone's safety, the families and stuff, and they want to make sure that that's dealt with like it needs to be.
Well, you have our commitment that we're going to look at all those issues. We're going to do our best to look at all those issues through the eyes of the residents in that community. That's not easy to do, but that's what we're going to try to do.
Further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just had, actually, it comes back to this Commissioner French. I was wondering with regard to the mitigation of community impacts. Obviously, from Humboldt County's perspective, we were involved obviously in the cooperating agency status with the ROD that's out there, and we have input with NDEP and such. But aside from that, putting all that on the side, one of our biggest responsibilities is going to be to mitigate the impacts on that community. And as you're well aware of, they're multifaceted, and they're going to be, depending on the construction phase versus the long-term production phase, they're all going to be different. But some of the things that pop into our head right away had to do with mitigating the impacts of that large construction crew, mitigating the impacts of a rapidly expanding community of people that are going to want to live in Arvada versus commute. And then, of course, the main access road coming off of 95, going past a school and a post office and some other facilities right there close in the community. That is going to be, that's a big one that jumps into everybody's head right away. But from a standpoint of the short term, is there conversations about man camps, how we're going to manage that? How are we going to manage the impacts and it's not just to that community, it's to the wildlife resource, it's to, people when they're not working or recreating, and you put 400 or 500 people in that community, especially on top of that Thacker Pass country. You're well aware of that's you're dealing with probably one of the highest wildlife value areas and intact populations along greater sage grouse, period. And that has everybody worried in terms of that. So I bring that to you because I want you to, I'd like you to answer it, but first off, I was just wondering if there's something you guys are thinking about short term.
Yeah, it's a huge question, and it's the question, and you both came at the same question from different perspectives. We're very good at analyzing the impacts, the scientific impacts of our project, and getting to the wildlife habitat. When we looked at our project, the first big decision we made was coming off of that mountain and getting down into the lowland away from the sensitive species. And but now we need to widen our focus into the community more. And one of the things that the way we see our construction workforce, where we see them living is here in Winnemucca. And we have no intentions of building a man camp in Orvada. Our intention is to bus the crews to and from every day, to and from work every day. The services that are in Orvada right now won't support this group. And there are services that are designed specifically to support this group here in Winnemucca. Now they have to be expanded, and we're in conversations with some developers to help us with the temporary housing needs. There's also a lot of activity on long-term housing needs in Winnemucca, and we're staying very connected to those conversations, so we know that we're going to have beds for our full-time employees going forward. But we don't see that major 400 or 500 person impact in the town of Orvada. There are no homes there for them at this time. We're certainly not going to build them. So that doesn't mean that there's going to be some industrious entrepreneur who sees opportunity and says, I'm going to put in an RV park, I'm going to put in whatever. But that's just a tremendous amount of infrastructure that has to go in, because there's no sports bar next to the man camp to occupy these people. They really do. They have to live their life outside of the job when they're off duty. And Winnemucca is really designed very, very well for that. So that's the short term, is we don't see. And I think there's another example where that community committee can really is going to be valuable to us, because maybe we're seeing it wrong, and that dialogue is going to be very helpful to us.
And one last question, if I could, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that the first part of the presentation having to do with the delinking from China,
Yeah.
as far as the product goes and whatnot, and probably one of the biggest questions I'm hearing throughout the community is whether there's a financial interest to China to the company.
No, the best way for me to answer that is no. And I think that question comes up because we do have a partnership with China on our Argentina project, but we will not have a partnership with China on Thacker Pass.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. Crowley, so, you'll need to, I assume, use the rail here to get the products like the sulfur and the other stuff that'll be going out there.
Yes, sir.
They'll be offloaded here in Winnemucca and then trucked out that way. Have you identified yet where the offloading and onloading will be?
Well, we have very good, I had the great fortune of driving out here this morning with our chief engineer, Hugh Broadhurst, and who's here. And I said, where are we on that? And we aren't quite there yet in identifying the spot. The beauty of it is we have a couple options. And so we're still weighing those options. And so I hope to be able to give you that definitive location in the next meeting that we come to you.
Sure. Any other questions, anybody?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Commissioner Tipton. You mentioned that when you were up and running, you'd have 60,000 tons of production a year?
Yeah, that's at full force. Yep.
Okay, and how much of that will be sold to companies in the U.S.? How much will be exported? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, well, to be completely honest with you, we have no obligation to sell. It's not like there's a mandate to sell within. It's an open market. It's a global market. But the cost incentives of selling within the United States is high. That infrastructure, our market is to the cathode manufacturers, makers, and they're coming online in the United States in a significant way. I don't want to overstate it, but it's developing and it's coming online. So our intent is to sell, from a business standpoint, to sell as close as possible is in our best interest. There are, the U.S. can incentivize us to do that. They can't mandate it, but they can incentivize us to do it because they're potential offtake partners as well. So we're actually in discussions to potentially do, they're a potential customer of ours as well.
Thank you.
And if you said this, I apologize. You'll be having other meetings while you're here in Orvada and where else?
We're going to go to McDermott tonight, the town of McDermott, and do an open house. You're all welcome to come 6 to 8 tonight. Refreshments.
Where's it at?
Next to the library, the community center, right next door to the library.
Okay.
Tim, this is Commissioner Haas. You just said that you have no obligation to sell the lithium to anyone. It's a free market.
That's right.
Okay, well, through our fact sheets and different stuff on Lithium Nevada, Lithium America, Minera XR, we have tied that pretty hard to China. So you're telling us that you're not. The global markets are saying that there's a good chance of that being there. You can't tell us where this is going to be taken, whether it's going to be, if it gets, gets to be doing what you guys would like to do. There's nothing stopping you from taking it from where you get it up there, put it on a rail, take it on a ship and go to China or go to outside the U.S.
Yeah, except the market and the demand is just exploding in the U.S. And that's, Commissioner Haas, you're a businessman. You know that the demand drives where you're going to sell your product. And it is booming in the U.S. in a way that is unbelievable. So we're going to follow demand.
No guarantees, just follow demand. Another thing that I find here, it started out that you were going to spend $400 million to put this online. And I've read it in the papers here and watched all of it as we come along. Now you're up to $4 billion. What's the cause of going that much higher? What are you going to do differently?
I apologize if you heard 4 billion. I don't know where that number came from, but our project in total build out will be over $1 billion, but we're going to do it in 2 phases. And we're going to have a feasibility study that's out, which will give you a concrete number on that first phase. And then over time, we'll build the second phase. And that total cost will come to more than $1 billion.
But that'll be over a 46-year span.
No, I think phase 2, we would like to bring on within 5 years after the first phase is done. The only reason we're splitting it into 2 phases is to get some cash flow and apply that cash flow into building the second phase.
What is so different about Thacker Pass compared to other lithium mines? Why they need to be burning sulfur, which we pretty much quit burning in the U.S., took it out of our gasoline, took it out of our diesel. What's the need of creating sulfuric acid?
Well, you have to use a reagent to separate the lithium from the host materials in any mining application. So in the gold industry, they use sodium cyanide at great extents. And I'm preaching to the choir here. You know very well about sodium cyanide because one of the finest plants is just down the street. In our case, we're going to use sulfuric acid to do that. We have 2 choices. We could either import that sulfuric acid at a much higher volume than importing the raw materials to make that sulfuric acid. But the safety factor, in addition to the increased volume, it far outweighs the need or the benefits that come with building that acid plant right on our footprint. We can do it safely. We can do it in a way that generates carbon-free power off the steam that is being generated. And we have to have that sulfuric acid to actually create or produce the high purity lithium and separate it from the salts that it's bound in. It is a unique place. Most lithium mining around the world is done through a brine operation or a hard rock operation. And we're very fortunate to have this clay operation that is intact, because clay is soft, as you know, and it tends to erode. So typically, deposits like this, which was formed 16 million years ago, during that 16 million years, those minerals have eroded toward the ocean and into the ocean. In this case, it's encapsulated. It's a high concentration of lithium, and we're pleased to be able to bring it to the market.
In the EIS from the BLM, they said that the chances of that contaminating water is up to 300 years. And the reason they don't go beyond the 300 years, they don't have any way of measuring that at this time. So the pit that's going to be left up there, how are we going to be ensured that it's not going to contaminate all the water up there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I appreciate your asking that, and it comes up quite a bit. That environmental impact statement does a couple of things. It identifies the impacts, but then it also puts in place the mitigation and monitoring that needs to be done to make sure that those impacts don't harm the public, and that we do stay within compliance of the Clean Water Act, which we absolutely have to. So it does say that there are going to be higher concentrations of antimony in our pit, and we have to manage that. Keep in mind that the water that we're pumping from Thacker Pass today does not meet the safe drinking water standards. It is high in arsenic and antimony naturally. What we're going to do is we're going to take our ore out of that pit. We're going to separate the clays that have lithium in it and take out the what's called coarse gangue, which is sand material that has no lithium in it, and we're going to put those back in the pit. Those we're not introducing arsenic, we're not introducing antimony. What we are introducing in that process is air, so there's a little bit of oxidation that goes on, and surface area. We're going to break this stuff up and put it back in, and we're ultimately going to backfill that pit. The mitigation document that we're obligated to have is a living document, and it will evolve over time. We have to update it at a minimum of every 5 years. So there are three options to managing the spread of those naturally occurring arsenic and antimony from spreading. One is to repump the water back in. We will already have monitoring wells around that pit. Those monitoring wells can be converted into pump back pits. So any water that goes back into that backfilled pit starts migrating out, hits the pump, and is recirculated back. Another option is to introduce another substance that could bind the material that goes back into the pit, holding those materials in place. And then a third is to create a wetlands in the pit, at the surface of the pit, to act as a natural filter. The first option seems to be the leading option, but it doesn't have to be decided for another 46 years. So as we collect data, which we're obligated to do for the next 46 years, we will hone in on the path that, and there may be another path that is not in one of those three. But we will contain that naturally occurring material in that area.
But at this time, we have no way of doing that. Is that what you're saying? If we're going to evolve this thing over 46 years.
No, we have 3 ways of doing it.
Okay.
We have 3 ways of doing it. All of them be effective. We're going to pick the one that is most effective.
Haven't you already done that through the EIS?
No, it hasn't been done, and we don't do that. The state will do that. And that issue doesn't even exist until the mining is completed and that pit is backfilled. So we're talking about something that won't happen until the very end of our process. And in that time between now and then, we're going to continue collecting data because we're obligated to, not for fun, and then decide which one of those paths is the best.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. French?
Commissioner French, Tim, I just had, that brought up a question I meant to ask here a minute ago. Do you anticipate, you talk about backfilling the pit, but do you anticipate having a pit lake at any point?
We will go below the groundwater table deep into our mine life, and that will be backfilled, and there will be no pit lake.
Okay, but you will have a pit lake during production phase?
We're going to use sump pumps to keep that water out. I think at the highest, it's going to be at 100 GPM. On average, it'll be about 50 gallons per minute. It's a very low flow seepage. So instead of dewatering it, we're going to use sump pumps, and that water will be used in our process.
Okay, so you're not going to re-inject any of it?
No, it'll be utilized.
Okay, thanks.
Tim, Commissioner Haas again. Burning the burning the sulfur. You haven't selected that I have found anywhere of a process that you're going to use. Has that been decided on yet?
We have decided the process that's going to be used. We've decided on the technology that's going to be used. What we haven't decided on is the vendor. So, you know, what we know is that we have to have, to do an analogy, is we need a Super Duty truck, but we haven't decided if we're going to go with Dodge, Ford, or Chevy. And the technologies that can scrub these, the SO2, are widespread. It's commonly used all over the world. So utilizing, finding that technology was not a search. It's done all over the place. So what we're doing right now is negotiating with vendors to see who will actually build it.
Well, you know, the Nevada is full of abandoned mine sites and mine sites with problems that were left after the mining companies played out, after the mines played out. And that's why you're probably you're in discussions right now on bonding, right?
Yes, we are.
With NDEP. And are you getting close, can you say, or?
Well, we can't start. I sure hope so, because we can't start until we have our bond in place. And that's one of the pieces that is being analyzed right now. But that's also, just like the reclamation document, that's something that's ongoing. And that bond gets reevaluated on a regular basis throughout the mine life. And it's an incredible process. It's way over my head. We have people on staff who are very good at doing this, but they break it down in a matrix down to how much power the pumps need to use, how many people need to monitor them. So if an incidental came up, that place is held intact and can be managed and closed appropriately, and the funds are in place to close it. And the issues, I hearken back to my days working at the Nevada Mining Association, which I did for 10 years, and this was an issue that came up all the time. What people often will do, and it makes sense, is they'll compare modern mining to mining that occurred prior to 1989. 89 is when Nevada adopted its reclamation laws, and they've worked quite effectively since then. And what will happen when we get our bonding amount, and they've calculated all that detailed accounting of what it will take to run the mine and close the mine completely, they'll keep upping it. So the blemishes in Nevada that people often will turn to as man, I do not want that in my community. In almost every case, those precede 1989 reclamation laws, like Anaconda.
Okay. So that can be, you say that can be upped at any time during the mining?
It does
life?
get reviewed constantly.
Wow.
Yep.
Tim, one more question. This is Commissioner Haas. Prior to 1989, was there any lithium being mined in Nevada?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. There's only one lithium mine in operation today, and it's been around quite a long time. It's possible that they preceded 89, and it's a brine operation in Silver Peak, Nevada, near Tonopah. And it is where that 1% of US production comes from. Right now, it's all from that one source. I do believe it predates 1989.
Anyone else have any questions for Tim?
I just have one. Tim, this is Commissioner Hill. So the extraction process for the lithium, is there other processes out there as of yet that would be maybe a little safer and a little more eco-friendly than using the sulfuric acid and sulfur combination of reagents?
I don't believe so. We're at the forefront of this industry, and there are no clay operations on the planet yet. Now, there's some that are that are in development, in design, but we anticipate we could very well be the first to go into production.
And the second part of that is, so with this extraction process, what's the percentage of recoverable lithium versus, waste ore, I guess? What's your recovery?
Do you have a number on that yet? Oh, we're still working on it. You know what? That gives me a cue to that recovery rate is worked on every day right now. We have a research lab in Reno, and that is specifically their job, is to increase recovery and decrease consumables. Use less water, use less everything, because that's money. And that's so that exercise is happening today, right now. And will continue even when we're in operation. That's always the exercise, is how do you become more efficient, and it never ends. And so I just want to invite you, if you'd ever like to come and see that lab and get a better idea of what's going into that exercise of efficiency, you're more than welcome.
Okay. And the third question and final question, I've heard it and I've had it asked to me a few times. So, there's some stuff that's been banned in gold mining and silver mining, such as autoclaves, and where they use pressure and heat and sulfur to extract gold out of the ore. Do you feel some of the processes you're using would be maybe otherwise banned in the gold mining industry, or are you pretty much in line with everything the gold mines are doing?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow it. Do I suspect it would be banned in?
So I guess it's been posed to me, that they're fast tracking this lithium through with some processes that would otherwise maybe be not permitted in a gold mining setting.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I think I'm really proud of the work that we've done to design a very safe process. And that's the reason we included in our comments that we have to abide by all the state and federal laws, but we're going far beyond that to make sure that our emissions are down to very, very little, that our water is contained, that we're doing a dry stack tailings instead of a wet slurry tailings. We're putting acoustic enhancements in our plant. We're really, we want to make this a facility that not only we're proud of, but this whole community is proud of. And we believe that it's an asset that is going to generate more economic opportunity in this town. And that can't happen if you have a dirty facility, and you won't.
No, I appreciate that. And I also, just one comment, I appreciate you working with the community of Orvada and McDermott. I think that's a good deal to have those conversations with those folks and try to come up with something we can all agree with.
Thank
I
you.
think that's good.
One more thing,
Sure.
Tim.
Please.
Don't want you to feel as though we're picking on you, but on the state taxes, how do you think we put our roads in? And the state says, hey, well, we're going to give you guys this type of incentive. We don't have the money. We don't have the money to expand. We don't have the way that that's not our road. That's a state road, and the state is going to have to do something about it. And they're not willing to do much.
It's a really good question, and it's a big, big problem. The state puts very little money into roads, even state roads. Those are federal dollars that come for almost all of our infrastructure around the state. So our federal tax contributions are going to be significant. We're encouraged by the focus on infrastructure development that is happening in Washington, D.C. these days. To get roads paved, it's a federal exercise. And they come through, you're absolutely right, Commissioner, they come through NDOT, which is a state agency, but those are federal dollars that do almost all improvements on roads.
Commissioner French, did you have another question?
Yeah, Tim, this has to do with the reclamation side of it. Yeah, as you're well aware of, there are some mining operations where reclamation's ongoing. It's not something that happens, at the close of a mine or
Right.
everybody leaves and then the reclaiming starts. And my question is based on the wildlife values there and based on the aesthetic values that are in Thacker Pass. Is the reclamation going to be staged and completed as the mine moves, or is it we're going to be waiting for a hole in the ground?
No. Thank you for that question. We will practice concurrent reclamation throughout. And so in terms of our tails facility, when sections hit the permitted elevation, we'll put a foot of growth media on top of that and plant it and seed it right away. And we're committed to seeding it right, to the extent that Alexi, who's on this line, was a founding member of the Sagebrush Restoration Fund, which is out of UNR. And I think you're familiar with that work, but if the panel isn't familiar with it, I would love to arrange for a presentation. They're doing work in the field, in labs that are out not inside, but out in the range to improve seeding. And the results that they've had over the last 3 years have been really profound. So we're turning to their guidance on how to get really good efficacy out of our planting. And that'll happen as soon as we hit those elevations. Growth media goes back on and we'll reseed. I should also point out that we're also doing concurrent reclamation in our pit. So I've heard that we use a couple terms, block mining or panel mining, but we're going to mine in segments, mine down to the floor of our ore body, which is a very defined floor because it's an old lake bed. And below that, you can waste your time looking below that. We know there's no lithium below that. So we hit the bottom of that historic lake bed, and then we move to the next panel, mine that out, move to the next panel. And once we have enough space to take the waste material out of that panel, instead of putting it on the surface, it will go right back in and we'll start backfilling. So the actual size of that pit, once we hit year 7 and start backfilling, it will move. It'll move together instead of growing to its full extent. Mm-hmm. And we're very proud of that. It's a innovative type of mining in Nevada, but we've stolen it from the coal industry that has used it. And in fact, our contract miner, who is here today in the audience, brought that technology, and it's very, very innovative.
Okay. Is there anything else? Well, Tim, I wanted to thank you for coming today and presenting to the commission, and I also want to thank you for taking the opportunity to go to the communities as well. I think there was a lot of things that happened last year that kind of prevented this with COVID and all this stuff, and I really think that there was missed opportunities, and hopefully we can start from the beginning, because the longer this goes, the more, I don't know, misinformation is generated. Maybe some of it isn't misinformation, but I know some of it is. There's some issues that didn't need to happen had communication been a little better with the community. Yeah, it's fine to come to the county commission and give the story, but really it's the communities that are going to live with this, and and taking the time and the effort to talk to the local residents is going to be a good start, I hope, for moving forward.
We agree wholeheartedly. We don't look at this as a short-term exercise. We don't think of this as, okay, let's answer some questions, identify the ones that are legitimate, dispel the ones that aren't. No, we're looking forward, and this is a dialogue that we intend to maintain throughout our 46 plus years here.
Well, there'll be a lot of questions come from the community. We're going to go easy on you today, so.
I don't want you to. I think that we need to air out the toughest questions. I appreciate Commissioner Haas. He used the term picking on me. This is what we do. We're problem solvers. Throw your problem at us and we'll solve it.
The local communities have identified problems. They've got a list of them, so that's a good start, and we hope to.
We've seen the list,
Okay.
and so thank you for putting that together for us. It gives us an idea of how to get that conversation going
Okay.
on the right foot.
Well, I don't know that I'll make it tonight, but I definitely will see you tomorrow night.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Commissioner Cherry, Wendy Maddox for the record.
Yes, Wendy.
I wanted to let you know that Court Master Gabrielle Carr is on the line. She has items number 12 and 13, and if she could go before Ms. Rackley has said that is okay, and she is in between settlement conferences and court hearings today,
You're asking me to bump her up.
if you don't mind.
Gabrielle?
I am here. Good morning.
I think we can do you a favor. You did us a few here, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let me read the item here and then we'll move on. So item 12 is district court agreement for a IT pro services and managed services with WICNEX LLC logistically to provide court with its services. Possible action, consideration, discussion, and possible approval of an agreement for the installation of IT hardware and software, as well as a monthly maintenance agreement with WICNEX LLC logistically to provide IT services to the district court. Pro Services new server office 365, not to exceed $19,224. The managed services Logicare maintenance plan of $1,382.40 monthly for the use by district court staff in conducting their official duties and authorizing district court judge to sign. This is for discussion and possible action. So there we go. Go ahead, Gabrielle.
Thank you so much. This is Gabrielle Carr. I am the court master for the 6th Judicial District Court, and I also handle a lot of our administrative matters, including IT matters. And just by way of just a quick brief background, several months ago, Judge Montero and I met with Tim Hennigan and Dave Mendiola, as well as Abel, to discuss some of the IT needs of the courts and the unique distinction of the court actually being a separate entity from the county and not a county department, and recognizing and honoring the separate nature of the court versus a county department. And as a result of that meeting, we met with a company called Logically, which I think you pronounced logistically, but logistically it's logically. And they've been working with Mr. Hennigan and myself and the judge to come up with an IT plan that I believe is going to work greatly for the court and honor the ability for the IT department to focus a little bit more on the other departments. I know that IT has got an incredible amount on their plates, especially given the needs of the last year. And so the court is asking for permission to work with Logically, and Logically will work with Mr. Hennigan and the court to make sure that all of the court's IT needs are met. And the agreement's been reviewed by myself. I've shared it with Mr. Mendiola and Miss Wendy Maddox. I have made a couple of changes to it from the first time you might have seen it. They aren't material, but I did review the insurance provisions to make sure that they were consistent with Pool Pact. So I worked with Wayne Carlson with Pool Pact and utilized language that he approved in the contract and changed the state of jurisdiction from Maine to Nevada. Those are the only two changes I did make. I will also let you know that the court has the funding available to start up this separate IT format, and also budgeted the funds to maintain it moving forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have with regard to that.
Gabrielle, are you asking for a new IT position to take care of the IT stuff in the courts?
Not in this request, no. A lot of the work is going to be done by Logically staff remotely, and any assistance they might need here in person, we've coordinated with Tim so that there would be a coordinated effort to make that work. If it appears that that creates any issue, hopefully it takes a huge load off of IT staff currently, but if that became an issue later on, then I think the court would be looking at that as an option, but not something that's on the table today.
Okay, well, that's what I guess maybe I misinterpreted this. I have a concern that if we have somebody working on our computer infrastructure separate from our own IT team, that could create more problems than not. You know, if you cut the wrong cable, you mess up you mess up somebody else. So yeah, as long as our IT team still has the say and will be working on that infrastructure, not an outside party, I feel a little more comfortable doing something like this.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Mr. Hennigan might be able to more deal with the details of this, but my understanding is anything that's done here physically to the servers or any of the hardware that's here in the county, that's maintained and controlled by IT for the county. Logically doesn't do anything with that. Anything they do is remotely related to our materials on a separate server. And our information that's maintained on a separate server, but if Mr. Hennigan can help clarify that, that's great too. I'm not a real IT expert, but that's my understanding.
So these servers are something that would have to be installed, or you have these already? Can you
My
answer that?
understanding is we have them already. There's a server that's designated for the court, or at least a section of it that's designated for the court. And Tim is working with Logically to coordinate their access to that only.
And Tim, if you're on and you want to weigh in on any of this, please feel free.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Tim Hennigan, Technology Services Department, for the record. Yeah, so there's no new installation. This is using all of our current infrastructure that exists today. Logically, what they're generally presenting is, a surface level support as a managed service provider. So we can't add any new hardware to the courthouse because we just don't have the power to do it. So it's using the infrastructure that we have today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other commissioners have any questions in regards to this? Who's our IT expert? That would be you, Tipton.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So Tim, can you tell us, so we were talking about it earlier, one of the questions were directed at whether or not they would have access to any part of the infrastructure, this third-party company. And it's my understanding that it would be, it's a virtual network. So what you've done is you would just cordon them off. And their only access would be to those specific servers that do that kind of work. And they'd have because of firewalls and that type of thing, they'd have no access to any other part of the network. Is that true?
Yes, that's an accurate statement. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to kind of describe more without just being overly technical, but everything that we use today, firewalls, Hyper-V servers, and everything of that nature, it's just kind of taking it and putting it in its own little virtualized environment to separate it from.
Tim, I'm going to put you on the spot. Does IT have any issues, concerns with this?
I have no particular concerns. It doesn't take a lot of our responsibility is in infrastructure today, so it doesn't really take that away. It's still using the same licensing plans and keeping everything down the same path. The $20,000 is mostly the cost for logically to do this stuff. There's still, are more unseen costs where we maintain the servers and just our time and investment. We'll be putting similar amount of man hours to help build this kind of segmented network for my teams or my department's responsibility.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola for the record. So since you asked the question, one of our concerns early on in this process a year or so ago was, just the idea that, we've got an IT department and I think we're working effectively, but there was more of an issue on a legal standpoint. There are many districts in the state who have separated their IT and their HR services away from the counties because the courts feel like that's a separation of power that needs to be achieved, and it needs to be in place so that they really do act as two different parts of the government. And so that's really the catalyst behind this. I think that's good information to know. And that's something I think Judge Montero and of course, Judge Carr just were very concerned about and wanted to be sure that they weren't in any violation on the legal front.
Okay. In the $19,224, that's a one-time cost? Or
Yes.
Okay. And then $1382.40 is monthly cost, is it, going forward? Yeah.
That's correct.
So,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Commissioner Tipton here. So I want to make sure that I heard you correctly, Gabrielle. The 19,224 and the monthly 1382.40 would be paid for by the court?
Correct. It's through the court. Ultimately, I don't want to get too technical. Ultimately, the county provides the infrastructure to support the court. So that's why we came to you to ask for approval of the agreement. But it is in the court's budget and it's already in there. It's already been requested last year within our IT portion, and then it's in there going forward.
Thank you. Then on that, I think I don't have any problem with it as long as the IT department doesn't have any problem with it and it's not extra money that we're having to look for.
Yeah. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll entertain a motion. No further discussion? Somebody would like to make a motion?
Let me see here.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French. I would move that we approve an agreement for the installation of IT software and hardware and software, as well as a monthly maintenance agreement with Wixnet LLC to provide IT services to the district court in an amount not to exceed $19,224, and managed services maintenance plan not to exceed $1382.40 monthly.
And for the record, this is Gabrielle Carr. If you would add on to that motion, Commissioner, authorizing the district court judge to sign, that would help us tremendously.
I amend my motion to that effect.
Okay. Does everyone understand the motion, and is there any discussion?
Commissioner Haas, I've got a question on it. Now, it's supposedly in last year's budget, is that correct?
The monies are, yes.
The monies are now.
Yes.
So how long is this going to go for? We're just getting out of the 2021 budgets. We haven't even got them done yet. Are you going to add it on to that now, or is it already added?
It's already in.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, all the motions on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Commissioner Haas, did you vote nay?
Nay.
Nay. Let the record show that Commissioner Haas voted nay. Motion passes. Moving on to district court agreement for purchase of audio-video conferencing equipment from Sound Planning, AVRE, large courtroom, small courtroom, and jury room. District Court is installing audio-video upgrading equipment and systems in the large and small courtrooms as well as the jury room with the assistance of Sound Planning AV to comply with social distancing requirements and COVID restrictions to be paid from a grant funding in the amount of $54,718.96 to use by district court staff in conducting their official duties. This is information only.
Thank you. This is Court Master Gabrielle Carr again with the 6th Judicial District Court. This is information only, but we just wanted to let you know some updates and upgrades we were doing with the courtrooms and the jury room. We're using the same provider that updated the sound and audio video conferencing in your commission room, as well as the sheriff's dispatch room and the dispatch center conference room. I think the library might have also used the same company. David with that company is the one that's helped us. And he came through and is doing some upgrades so that we can better accommodate our hearings. We do a lot of our hearings in a hybrid capacity where some people are by Zoom, some are in person, some need to present evidence. And so we're updating the televisions in the courtroom or monitors, the sound system, and the audio or video, as well as the microphones, so that we have better quality, so that when we record these things and we have a hybrid circumstance, probably similar to what you have today in your meeting, we have a better recorded product. And so this is being paid for and has been paid for through grant funds from the state of Nevada. We're not requesting any funding from you today, but just wanted to let you know that this is what we were doing and what we expect to happen within the next 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And thank you. Don't be a stranger. Come back and see us more often.
I'll do my best. Thank you so much, you guys. Have a great day.
Yeah. So we'll go back now to item 11, which is Comptroller Financial Report. Humboldt County Comptroller Gina Rackley will provide an overview of current conditions with respect to Humboldt County revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2021, July 1, 2020 through July 30th, 2021, including possible impacts of the COVID-19 response in the county and an update on the coronavirus relief funds from the state of Nevada. Information only. Morning, Gina.
Good morning. I had to check. It is still morning. We're good by 9 minutes. Comptroller Gina Rackley for purposes of the record. So we'll start off with January, the consolidated tax that we did receive. We received $916,077, which is up 131% January to January. So, this is before the COVID stuff started happening in comparison. Some of we did see an increase in mining, so that is good. Support from mining, though, is down, and so is manufacturing. The biggest area of increase is in merchant, wholesalers, durable goods. That increased 87%, but to put that into dollar-wise, January 2020, the sales were $7.6 million, and this year $14.3 million. So, of course, we don't know who those businesses are, but those are going to be your big wholesalers. Selling to smaller businesses. So I don't know if that would be like Carry On or somewhere along the like of that type of industry. Motor vehicle parts and dealers continues strong at an increase of 10.3%. So is furniture stores, food and beverage stores, general merchandise stores, non-stored retailers. This is really interesting to me because, this is the Amazons or Wayfairs, somebody who doesn't have a brick and mortar building here within our county. And of course, back to January, but this was up 53%. month over month, January to January, from 1.5 million to 2.4. So found that pretty interesting. But I'm very happy to report the one that I always like to watch. One of the first things I turn to on the report is our food services and drinking places. Our restaurants were up 15% in January. So good news for our restaurants and bars here in town. So that is good news. Next, I thought I would just kind of mention, so at conclusion of our budget hearings last week, our total general fund expenditures were 25.2 million and projected revenues were 16.5 million. This is a difference of about 8.6 million to balance the budget, and I'll use the ending fund balance to present a balanced budget to the state in the tentative. So historically, here at Humboldt County, we average at about 89% of our expenditures. We don't typically spend 100%. And as you guys know, I'm a very conservative budgeter on the revenue side. I used 95% of the state's projections for property tax. For net proceeds, I'm going to use $1.25 million. The state is projecting us to receive 6.5 million, and I just think that there's too many unknowns as far as legislature, the bills before legislature, and also some volatility that we know that's going on at one of our largest mines here in our county. So I'm going to stick with my 1.25 million and go more on the conservative side. I'm also budgeting about $1.6 million less in CTX than what the state's projection, because I think they're taking a look at what this last year's data was. And as we all know, we had a very strong year in CTX. So I'm going to, again, remain on the conservative side there as well. And I still have not heard anything on the American Rescue Plan funds that we should be receiving. So I've not included anything in the budget for that. Grants are an automatic augment. So if we do get it, then that'll be an automatic augment. And then I did email you out some ideas I had on the capital projects. That way you guys can chew on that a little bit before we bring this back before you. As Congressman Amodei mentioned this morning, I became aware last Wednesday of some community project funds that he has access to. So I reached out to Ken Brook and his office, and we've been trying to figure out some ways that possibly the courthouse renovation project or the courtroom renovation project would fit under that community project grant funding. The one thing that's holding us back right now is the median wage here in Humboldt County being so high. So we should know by the end of the day whether that's going to throw us out of the running or not. You'll see on an upcoming agenda this week, that item is on there for your vote. And so if we find out our median wage is too high, we'll just pull that off the agenda. But that's what that is about when you do see that. So I have been working with the sheriff, and then I'll be meeting with Don Kalkowski about some changes in that department. The other department you had asked a reduction on was computer, and I have not heard anything at this time back from them if they were able to find any savings. So either the April 19th meeting or May 3rd, I'd really like to bring these departments back that you had asked those reductions in and put them on the agenda so that I can get those figures into the final budget, because we'll have that public hearing on the May 17th meeting. And I'd like those numbers to be a little bit more shored up, especially the big capital project funds, the 5.7, almost $5.8 million. So that way we can have our public hearing, get those documents done and out. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Yeah, Gina, this is Commissioner French. Do you remember off the top of your head what net proceeds were last year?
Right at, and I believe Rona's on, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we were right at about 3.6 was the piece that the county got.
3.5.
Yeah.
So you're projecting then half of that much revenue this year?
For the current fiscal year that we are in, that's what I also put in as well. And they have also budgeted, again, right at 3.6 for this current fiscal year that we're in to receive. Typically in the past, we have not put in any net proceeds at all. And the state kind of got after me a little bit for that and said that I'm, you're going to get net proceeds, you're misstating your revenues, you're going to get something. But it is just so volatile, especially right now, I'm not comfortable taking the state's number. So I put money in there in the current fiscal year to make Miss Gransberry happy at the Department of Taxation. And so that's where that number came from. But I would rather be on the conservative side than the other way.
Yeah.
So that is included in that 16 million, that your projection?
Yes, the 1.25 is included.
So we're like 8 million, no.
Yeah, it's a difference in between our general fund revenues and expenditures is 8,679,287. That's what we would, if we spent all of those expenditures and if my revenues were, where they come in at, which hopefully we know they'll be higher, the difference, we would erode the ending fund balance by about half of what's in there.
So basically then, just roughly off the top of my head, then if we cut all of the capital improvements that were proposed, all 5.5 million or whatever that was, we would still need to cut 3 million plus from the operating side to balance.
No, actually, we moved that 5.7 million out of general fund and put them into the capital projects fund alone to themselves. So they're not included in that. That's just general fund numbers that I gave. So outside of that, like I said, we've got some, I guess, first of all, thinking on the capital project side, what realistically can be done in one fiscal year? How much of that do we need to fund in one fiscal year? Prioritize those projects. And then my suggestion was to move the buildings and grounds building to the building reserve fund, which has about a $1.8 million balance. That would pretty much erode all that's in there. And then I kind of talked about some ideas on the courtroom, but then we could fund the courthouse ramp, detention showers, library ADA ramp, and the library roof, which totaled $1,279,000 from the capital projects. And then the big one is really the courtrooms. It's can we get assistance, and can it get done in 1 year? Do we need to split it up over 2? Do we need to talk about some other funding sources?
So I'm trying to get my arms around what happened last year versus this year. And I know last year it was a bloodletting in terms of, at least from my point of view, in terms of how we cut that budget. And it's perplexing to me that we could be sitting here after taking those actions, we could be sitting here with $8 million shortfall and not really changing much of anything.
Between the projected revenues and the projected expenditures for this next fiscal year. So that's all of the expenses that were approved last week. That's what those expenses were on the general fund, and that's where I've got the revenues projected at.
And here's where I'm struggling. We put a policy together a couple of years ago that says once we reach a certain amount of in our ending fund balance, then we have to start taking these other steps, laying people off or not when people
Hiring freezes.
Hiring freezes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kind of,
But on the policy and the questions that get asked though, and just play devil's advocate, here we are looking at an $8 million shortfall based on these projections. And that's in light of an economy that has actually turned the right direction and moving that way, with the exception of what's happening with Twin Creeks. But, looking at the CTX numbers, looking at that, it just is, it's hard for me to explain it. I guess is what, when somebody asks that question, is that, if the economy is heading that direction and everything is moving up, how did we get to the point where we got?
Because we were tapping into our ending fund balance. We didn't this year.
Well, we didn't last year.
Right, this last year. We just about broke even.
We broke even last year.
Yes, we broke even. It was right about there.
So we didn't carve into that very far. It was about a push last year. So
basically at the beginning of this funding cycle, we were right where we were last year. And but we implemented, I thought, some pretty damn drastic cuts. And you talked to the sheriff today, I think we put some pretty decent cuts his direction this time. And I'm still having a hard time getting my arms around where did $8 million short come up? Because you think about that, that's what, 35% of the budget, standing budget.
Well, I could go back and take the state's numbers. If I took the state's revenue projection numbers and added back in the full 6 million for net proceeds, the additional 1.6 for CTX, which the majority of it goes to the general fund, and another little bit goes to the road fund. If I took, and then the full 100% on property tax, we'd be right at about there. It would be about a break even. But what if the opposite happens? What if we don't get that? At least this way, we have built in the mechanism, which is that expense review committee and those bars that we set. And every morning I come in and I have it set to run a pooled cash report that tells me where that general fund, ending fund balance is every morning. We've set those thresholds, and if that number comes to that, I'm going to be in here. I'm going to be on the phone with County Manager Mendiola, and we're going to be talking about implementing those steps that we put in place. Those are our breaks.
Sure. Yeah. And it's the sweet spot someplace in between. It was just, I did not anticipate $8 million, to be honest with you, based on what we did last year, based on the fact that I knew we just about was a push coming out of the budget this year, that we had taken proper steps last year in order for us to balance the budget, basically is what we did. And I thought, with the exception of a couple of our departments who didn't get the memo with regard to holding the line, and we cut, both of those, we cut pretty significantly anyhow. Everybody else was a budget that represented basically the COLAs that came in. Yet we're $8 million in the hole. That was the part that I'm.
Mr. Chair, so Dave Mendiola. So this is the same discussion we have every year. I've heard it. This will be my 6th or 7th time. And the first time I came in, I'll never forget. I came in this meeting and I immediately got off the phone. Gina was still the treasurer at that time. So I called Andre and I said something similar. I said, am I missing something here? How can we possibly have a shortage of 5 million for whatever it was at the time? And she said, well, remember, these are projections. And that's what you do in county government, you project. And so your projections should be, her exact words, should always be conservative on the revenue side, because there's a lot of unknowns out there. And it should always try to be conservative on the expenditure side. But what you need to do, and this was, again, before Gina was here and I had just started, you need to put in some safeguards within your procedures. And that's kind of what we do every meeting. Somebody's bringing something to you, asking for approval on a project. And the reason that we do that is because on almost every case, there's a few exceptions, we've already approved that in the budget process, that expenditure. And so what happens is they come back before you, because we want to know before we approve a $50,000, $100,000, whatever size job it is, over $5,000. We want to be sure that our finances are in good shape, that one of those bad things hasn't happened, where our revenues have plummeted, and we need to take action and not allow that to go forward. So I guess what I'm saying is, I personally don't want you to get too alarmed, because it's a procedure that we go through. Now, what we will be doing, Gina and I'll get, since I missed that budget hearing, I'm going to be sitting down with Gina like we do every year. And we kind of go through, okay, revenues, expenditures, where can we cut? What can we move? Because, yeah, you don't want to walk into and say we're going to be $8 million shy in our budget this year. But sometimes you do, and that's why you have an ending fund balance. I mean, that's what it's there for. But what I have found also, with the exception, I think it was 2 years. 1 year we were about $80,000 shy In other words, we were spent 80,000 more than we brought in. Another year was 1.6, I recall. But other than that, we've been to the plus side every year. But in what I've learned, again, you're talking about a new guy in this business still. What I've learned is that generally speaking, you have good years, plus years like any private business, right? You want to balance your budget. You want more revenues than expenditures. But generally speaking, we do very well on that front here in Humboldt County. There's going to be a year where we had revenues dropped for any number of things and our economy slowed. And so we were short, but we only took, again, the ending fund balance, that's what it's there for, is so that if you do have a year where, again, you don't control revenues at all, it happens. It either goes well or it doesn't, generally speaking. You just try to stay out of the way of the economy. But anyway, the bottom line is that on those years where you're short, it comes out of the general fund. But if you look at our past ones, they've been not $8 million, but they've been pretty high and shortfall as well. But generally speaking, we usually come in very well, right at budget, sometimes a little bit over. So again, you're right to be concerned, but again, it's all about projections. And one of the things that Gina and I will do is we'll put together a plan, come back to you, probably the April 19th meeting, and we'll kind of walk through and throw some ideas as to what we want to have on that final budget that goes to the state. So.
You know that, Mr. Chairman, if I could, just to follow up on that, and I do appreciate the fact, because that's my worst case scenario, is to sit here and start talking about a RIF if we got to that point. Mm-hmm. I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be sitting in this chair if that happens. The weak spot in this procedure, the way we do this, in my view, is when we sit here and try to do what we did over that last 2 days. One of the ones that jumps into my head was the conversation we were having trying to cut the budget on IT, and they were looking for a body, and they were looking for some. But when you dig into exactly what they were asking for, what they needed, we needed for the county. It wasn't a lot of fluff in it. It sounded like there was a lot of money involved in it, but there was a lot of budgets being shifted their direction from other departments and whatnot. And we made decisions that were could have conceivably kept them from getting their job done, just based on that $8 million back in the back of our mind saying, by God, we got to cut it. That's the weak spot in this whole thing to me, because we've got to be able to, you got to keep the wheels on it too. And from an IT perspective, you know, what they were proposing to do is stuff that is going to keep us functioning. Basically, and there were some major changes that were proposed that were based on risk assessment. So I just, having said that, I just say it as a weak point in the whole process. I think it's worthwhile doing. You know, I would not want us to be budgeting 100% of what everybody's projecting we're going to have and then go oops, and you know, we're in the hole. Because we've got a lot of counties around us that don't have an end fund balance. And when it all happened, and the reason we have an end fund balance is for that exact reason. I don't know, I'm rambling, but I just, it's one of those things that's just, I'm having a hard time with this one this time. And I just try, because I know there were some things that were on the budget that I knew had to happen. And I was just hoping and praying that somehow we could make those things occur just to do our job.
Well, in reality, if you want to look at the bright side, we started out at 34 million, right?
Yes. Got it down.
We did make some cuts.
Yes.
Big cuts.
Yeah.
So.
And Mr. Chair, if I could add two things that Commissioner French kind of made me think about here, and my apologies, I should have this figure in front of me and I don't. The amount of this budget that's salary and benefits is the largest piece of it. And so that's why we talk about not letting people fill vacant positions. So even though those vacancies that were vacant or new positions that were approved, when it's time to actually start filling those positions, maybe that's that's the first thing that we talk about is where are we? And even though it was approved in the budget, that doesn't mean you guys have to approve actually filling the position when it's time to start doing the advertising. That's why that additional step is in there. So again, that's probably the biggest expense in your general fund, especially when we start talking about like the sheriff and detention, some of the larger salaries. And then just to kind of back up a little bit onto why I used the projections that I did, it's all about mining. And I did get an email this morning from Nevada Gold Mines. They do want to meet with us a little bit about the changes in personnel that are coming up. So hopefully we'll hear some information that'll kind of help put me at ease a little bit there. I don't know until we really see it. But you know, we're a mining county. We've been through this before. We've been through the ups and the downs. And so how did we go from X to Y in just 2 years when you know you've got these bills sitting at legislature that are sitting there? We know of 3, right? And we know that we have the some changes that are happening. That just happens. It does in mining. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It could be good at Marigold and bad at Twin or vice versa. We roll with that, and we have those catches in place to help preserve us and preserve that ending fund balance.
Well, I see that. You know, you said that supporting businesses were down in mining.
Mm-hmm.
That's an indicator to me that they're working with their workers, but they are cutting back in supporting staff.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an indicator. It's also on, you know, we talk about CTXs and how they're going up. My wife has been looking for some furniture, and the stores can't get the furniture. You know, she'd buy one if she could get one, but they cannot get merchandise. Army CTXs could even be better, I think. I go in grocery stores too. You see a lot of empty shelves in there sometimes.
Yeah, motor vehicle parts and dealers too. Commissioner Tipton and I were just discussing that last week. I mean, how much longer are the sales are there, but if people can't go and buy that car that they want here, they're taking the money elsewhere because the supply is.
If it doesn't catch up pretty soon, you'll see them drop because the supply is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it that I wonder about, and I think about a lot is, and I agree the way that we do forecast our expenditures and forecast our revenues, but go back 5-6 years ago, we had an ending fund balance of about 19 million.
Mm-hmm.
And it just progressively has gone down over the last 5 years, 6 years, since 2013, I think it started going down. At that rate of decline, how long will it be before we hit those numbers?
Well, fortunately, you know, we did have a really good fiscal year in FY20. FY21's looking pretty good as well. So hopefully we can make it through this year as well without eroding any of that ending fund balance. Although we did have to submit a balanced budget that projected we used about 5 million, but you know, we've had a great CTX year. Right now, it's a little early. Like I said, we're just now seeing January, but if everything stays on track, even without the additional American Relief funds that come in, I think we're going to have a balanced budget as well. Not budget, balanced revenue to expenditure and not eroding any fund balance for the current fiscal year, if things stay on track.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, and to add on to those comments is that we got down below 13 million on our ending fund balance at one point in time. And then now we're back up around 16. So that's kind of what it does, kind of fluctuates back and forth. And we've done a really good job in keeping our expenditures in check. Last couple of years have gone up, but we've done a pretty good job with that. And fortunately this year we got, you know, the CTX thing hung in there for us. So, but it kind of just fluctuates, and we've seen that for years. And looking back at old audits and things, you can see that fluctuation. So.
Yeah, I know one year, I don't remember whether it was my first year on the commission or the second, that we were down around 13. So we have come back up.
Yeah.
That's when we put in the numbers where we start to freeze hiring.
Yeah. Well, and it depends on when you look at that ending fund balance too. Is it before you get your CTXs? Yeah, it's going to be low, and then the CTXs come up and it goes the other way.
And with there being a 2-month delay between the reporting period and receiving it, that adds to it too.
Proceeds the same way, you know. That was the year I think we had to forego. We didn't get net proceeds that year, right?
Right. Well, that was when they went from the projection back to the actual.
That's right.
That was hard. That was a hard year.
Well, we'll have another chance at looking at this again.
Yes. So we're not done yet.
Gina, this is Commissioner Haas. If we took last year's budget and then we compared it against, or we kept that budget figure, let's put it that way. And if we subtracted from what they asked of us, you know, the extras from last year, I was really surprised that there was that much asked for above last year's budgets. So could we make it on last year's budget?
I think, great question, Commissioner Haas. Actually, our the total general fund budget itself is actually less than last year's budget by about $19,000. It's really, really close. The biggest increase that's in there is a 2% COLA and a 2.5% merit. Against those are just budget figures. We're still in negotiations. We're seeing a real big PERS increase. We already know about that. And so again, we're in negotiations with both units regarding that increase. And so, you know, if everything works out good there, hopefully then that means we'll be able to bring that number down.
8.6 million?
No promises there.
Just a question.
No promises there, no promises there.
Thank you, Gina.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Gina.
Thank you.
Now we're on number, I believe, 14, which is set.
Actually, Mr. Chair, can we go back to expenditures? I think everybody's had a chance to see them.
Oh, did we get them signed?
Yeah, I think they're all signed there too. So, thank you.
Good. So
I think that was number
6.
6, yeah.
Approval expenditure for Humboldt County from March 23rd, 2021 through April 5th, 2021. We've all had an opportunity to see them and sign them and all that stuff. So is there any questions about expenditures? Hearing none. Is there a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French. I'd move to approve.
Motion's been made to approve. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now you can.
Thank you.
Now we are on 14.
Yes.
Set to public hearing, consideration, discussion, and possible action to set to public hearing for May 3rd, 2021 at 10 a.m. Acceptance of comments on and possible awarding of up to $57,850 of the Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funding, discussion and possible action. So this is the funding that we had a special meeting on a couple of weeks ago, and the only, I think, applicant was a Boys and Girls Club at that time.
That's correct. Yeah, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So yeah, so what we're doing, if you recall during that meeting, we have to set an actual public hearing where you would get a presentation, an official presentation from any applicants, and they can still apply. So, and that's when they would come in. And then at that point in time, at the actual public hearing, when we set that date, that's when you as a commission would make a decision what to send forward to the state for that funding.
Okay. It's pretty straightforward.
Yes.
Yeah. Discuss that, so.
And that, again, just for the motion, that will be set by Tammy Sparrow and myself. We'll figure out how long it takes to get all of our public notices out.
So it won't be set for May 3rd, is that what you're saying?
Oh, is that what it says?
Yeah, May 3rd.
Oh, maybe she already figured it out. I'm sorry, I didn't look at that. No, you're right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is the clerk. Actually, Rochelle has been working on that, and she already has her schedule in place for the appropriate day. The CDBG is specific on its hearing date, so Ms. Paquette has handled all of that.
Okay. So it would be May 3rd at
May
10
3rd.
a.m. Yep. Any other discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, as Commissioner French, I would move that we set to public hearing for May 3rd, 2021 at 10 a.m. Acceptance of comments on the possible awarding of up to $57,850 to the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Funding.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. We're on a resolution, senior transit grant application and assurances approval. Consideration, discussion, possible approval of a federal grant application resolution authorizing the submittal of a proposal for the 2020-2021 Nevada Department of Transportation NDOT Transit Grant and FY 2021 Certificate of Assurances, to have the chairman sign the resolution authorizing County Manager Mendiola to execute and submit the application and assurances on behalf of Humboldt County. Discussion and possible action. Mr. Mendiola.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Mendiola for the record. So this is our annual approval of submitting the application to the state of Nevada for the Senior Center Transit Grant. So the grant is actually between the state and Humboldt County. And then as a subrecipient, the Senior Center actually runs the program, as you know, and does it. So, but in this year, they've added the certifications on as well that we have to approve. So there's that piece, and that's the certifications and assurances. So, so essentially what you've got here is a Senior Center grant resolution to approve applying for that grant with the state.
Same thing they've done that every year since I've been on the board. So.
Something we do annually. So, is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner French, I would move that we approve. I'd move for the approval of a federal grant application, a resolution authorizing the submittal of a proposal for the 2020-2021 Nevada Department of Transportation Transit Grant, and for the FY 2021 certificate assurances as presented.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. Any further discussion?
Wendy Maddox, for purposes of the record, can I ask that your motion also include authorization for county manager to execute and submit the application?
I would amend as Commissioner French, I amend my resolution to include authorization of County Manager Mendiola to execute and submit the application and assurances on behalf of Humboldt County.
Okay. Okay. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Mr. Chair, on item number 16, this is Dave Mendiola. We're going to table that. And then we'll bring it back. He's got several other items, and we'll bring it back on the 19th. We'll do them all at the same time.
Do we need a motion to table it or anything?
No, you can. It helps, for purposes of the minutes for the clerks to kind of align it, but no, it's not required. So up to you all.
The chairman's going to make the determination to table item 16. Does that work?
Yep. Sounds good.
Which is the 9-1 Advisory Committee purchase request. 17, Buildings and Grounds, waiver of attrition policy, consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding a waiver of county attrition policy to hire one maintenance engineer for Buildings and Grounds Department due to a resignation by current employee. Discussion and possible action. Well, it's good to have you guys back again. We had such a fun laugh.
After that, last week it was brutal, but
thanks to you guys.
For you.
It was.
Yeah, it was brutal for us. Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. This is Enoch Gaitan from Buildings and Grounds Department, and then Jeff Tyndall. So now after this other person is just resigned, now we down 2 persons, just pretty much just Buildings and Ground right here. And Steve below, so
I gotta have it.
So I don't want to wait in the 120 days, so so we really like to have that position, get him back on board, so.
Okay.
That's a no-brainer.
Gina, are you wanting to say something or? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, they need it.
So this is This is Commissioner Haas. This has happened since we talked to you?
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
This person has quit
Yes.
since we talked to you in the
Yeah,
budget?
it was in that week process. I was, oh, no. So we was hammering both sides, like, oh, no. But yeah, so.
Any discussion on it? I think we need it. It's, they're already down bad.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French. I want to move that we grant a waiver of the county attrition policy to hire one maintenance engineer for buildings and grounds.
All right. Any further motions on the floor? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Got another buildings and grounds special project. Consideration, discussion, possible approval of a buildings and grounds. I gotta itch in my nose, sorry. To proceed with special projects previously approved by the board, but postponed because of the pandemic. These include A, approval of a rental of temporary scaffolding system from Brand Safeway Services LLC in an amount not to exceed $46,200. Approval of painting of the main second floor lobby area and the third floor dome ceiling by Pristine Painting in amount not to exceed $9,007. And to approve replacement of some of the third floor dome skylight glass by Fast Glass in an amount not to exceed $5,335. The scaffolding was approved in the FY 2020-21 budget for buildings and grounds in the amount of $36,000. However, from when the quote was first obtained to present, the amount has increased. The scaffolding system is needed to complete these projects to eliminate all issues that we have in this area, including fixing the paint coming off missing and faded skylight glass and the electrical wiring. Once the temporary scaffolding system is rented and erected, then Buildings and Ground is seeking approval for the painting of the main floor second lobby area and the third floor dome ceiling. The building and ground staff will be performing the electrical wire repairs. Attached are the quotes for the painting and glass replacement. This is for discussion and possible action. Go ahead. Explain.
Yes, so, Gaitan Buildings and Grounds. So this repair, it's for in the dome area, and somehow in the past, it used to leak in that, or some in that area in the roof and the ceiling. And then, beside that, I don't know if the commissioner is seeing that one of those glasses missing up there. So we can't really get to it from the top. So it's nothing, it's no support or walkway we can get to it. So the only way we can get to that is through the scaffold system. And beside that, it's a lot of lights around the dome. It's been out for, I don't know for how long. So we want to take advantage to do all this with the scaffold system. Unfortunately, this is just the rental. It's not purchasing. So, and I know it's expensive. So originally, like I say, it was under $36,000, and then I checked back with them and make sure that the price remained, and they told us now the price wasn't increased by a lot, and we can really control over that.
I just have a question, Chairman.
Mr. Fred.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I've never leased any scaffolding, but that's just some pipe frames that you screw them together and make a little, a Lego set, right? You raise up.
You've got to be licensed to do it.
They put it up and take it down?
Yep.
The people who lease it to you?
Yeah, and then also in this scaffold system, they're gonna protect the whole entire floor with plywood, just to make sure if there's anything we drop in from upstairs, we don't damage that floor, that marble floor.
The other question I was going to ask is that I know, we put off fixing that stuff up in that thing for that reason. couldn't get to it, and it's too dangerous to try to fix. You know, we've got wiring issues there. We got glass fell out of it. We've got paint falling off. And I know that has been, we've had to hire or lease a scaffolding system at least one other time that I'm aware of. And what would it cost us to buy scaffolding to replace, to fix that? I mean, is that, I mean, you know what I'm saying? If is of the $46,200, is that half of that? Is their crew bringing the stuff up here and setting it all up for us?
I never check for purchasing, so because like Jeff said, it doesn't make any sense for us to buy it because we're not licensed for it. We can't install it. We're not.
You can't put scaffolding up?
No, because if something happen, you know, if we put it together properly, and somebody can get injured or something.
We can to a certain height.
Well,
Once you start going over that height, you got to be licensed to erect it.
And that takes quite a bit to, it doesn't make a, just from my standpoint, if we're putting off maintenance of a place in our courthouse because we don't have the equipment to get to it, it makes more sense to me that we would equip ourselves to be able to do that. I mean, it's like buying the scissor lift that we use in there and whatnot. Am I wrong, or?
I'll look for different rental place so we can use some type of equipment, like a lift. But the problem is the equipment they have, it's their weight, it's way over limit for the floor. So the scissor lift we have is only 2,500 pounds, and the other equipment they have, it's over 10,000 pounds. So we talked with the building inspector in that time with Bobby Thomas, and he told us that no, you cannot exceed the $2,500.
I get that, and I only meant we bought a scissor lift because we needed a piece of equipment to do some work. From the scaffolding perspective, though, I just have to keep coming back to it. Maybe I agree. It's above my pay grade, but bottom line is it is at least twice that I know of that we've needed that up there. You know, we're bumping up to $100,000 now for some pipes to climb up on there to paint it. And my word, what would it take for us to license somebody to be able to put the thing together? I mean, it's not rocket science. I mean, am I wrong on that? I mean, and I'm going to leave it to you.
It is rocket science. That's when it comes down to that height. That's the big deal now. And our liability involved in that if we have our people doing it. They have to be licensed, they have to be trained, they have to be all this and that. I'm going to agree with you. I mean, I looked at this thing and I thought 36,000 to 46,000. I thought they were buying it, and I was going to suggest maybe we rent it, but those are the rental costs involved in it. So,
well, if they're having to bring it up here, I'll put it together and put plywood down on the floor and, you know, all that kind of stuff, I can understand where that price can go up. But I just still comes back to if we had scaffolding in our boneyard over there and we had somebody licensed that could put the stuff up, you know, the next time, 5 years down the road, we need to do something up there, we'd be inclined to do it as opposed to waiting 10 years, you know, and then paying another $50,000 to get it done. It's just me. I understand we need to do it. There's no doubt about that.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, I would agree that at the very least, we need to find out what it costs to buy it and be licensed for it so that we have something to compare it against. Because if it's $200,000 to buy it and be licensed, then this is probably a pretty good deal. But there's no way of knowing that today. So that would be my thought.
Commissioner Hill, do you have something there?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Hill. Hi, Enoch, Jeff. The first thing is I noticed there was only one price comparison, only one bid for rental. Was there no other people that rent this out?
We sent an email to the local companies here in town, and nobody was responding that. So we put in a newspaper in Winnemucca and I think in Reno, and then we got only one response from a company of Vegas. they don't reply that email. They make the phone call to Tammy Bendel, our clerk person in Buildings and Grounds, and the company says that this job is too small for them and I won't be interested in doing that job. So we got only one response.
I just wonder if a little more work, if we could reach out and get a little more competitive bidding going on versus just one bid. And then going back to the scissor lift, I wonder if there's a way, it's all pounds per square inch is what they do, is how big your tires are and what the ground loading is there. If there was somebody that could work a magical figure where we could get a scissor lift in there, you could almost buy a scissor lift for $40,000. Probably, no?
You got to reach out to this side.
Oh, yeah.
Over the stairs.
Yeah.
That was the problem with the stairs.
Yeah.
Scissor lift wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I guess the main thing would be if we could try to get somebody else to bid on it. I think there's maybe some room for some savings there, but I don't know. You guys are the professionals too.
Yeah, like I said, we put them in a newspaper, and Reno, and obviously I think Vegas too. So we got only one response.
Is it against our rules or for us to try to reach out to some companies? Can you guys reach out? I mean, is that?
Yeah.
Is it? It's already been posted, so.
I was looking myself on the internet and I couldn't find anything. And that's my last resort was just advertised in the newspaper.
Yeah.
Well, you're making the case for buying some. You're making it a very compelling case.
And this Commissioner Hill, again, I also have a hard time digesting that number, but knowing the regulations and the insurance required for these companies, it's probably not too far fetched to have somebody certified to come down here and set it up and ensure that all of our people that stand on there are safe and they go home at the end of the day. So, French's idea of going into the boneyard and finding some of our old scaffolding, unfortunately, I think all of this stuff has a shelf life and it has to be certified and it has to be inspected, and it's just a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. And like Commissioner French said, buy and our crew have want us to be certified. I'm gonna put example. Wayne Ruby, the one he just resigned. We sent him for school for backflow preventer, a water backflow preventer, and then nobody in this town they'll be certified for that. He's the only one it's certified for that. Now he left. Now we're back to have nothing. So purchase this scaffold system, and then let's say Jeff certified, I'm certified. You can walk away anytime. And what's gonna happen? That $200,000 is gonna sit there, and nobody's gonna be able to do anything.
He's got to certify somebody else. I mean, you make the same case
Mm.
for CDLs for truck drivers. I mean, truck drivers come and go, and you're going to have to find another CDL driver. But I get your point. I really do. But I hope you get mine.
No, yeah.
Well,
no, we do. So
get more than 2 people.
You guys are definitely
certified.
professionals with it, and I'm going to leave it, obviously. But I would hope that we could at least table this item for right now. See if you guys can make some phone calls, number one, and see if you can find somebody that might want to do this. Call some contractors in town, say, who do you guys use, and see if we can get some competitive bidding going on. But number two, I'd like to know what the number is if we were going to license somebody and buy it ourselves. Because down the road, I mean, we're gonna get our money back down the road. So.
Did you check in Elko?
Not specifically in Elko, but I was just doing some research and online. So
Or Boise?
no.
Boise's closer than Vegas.
Yeah. So yeah, I can still looking for it.
One of the biggest problems involved in it is you've got Boise, you got Vegas, you got Reno. They're so busy, they don't know whether they're coming or going. So they're not going to take these smaller jobs and take their crews somewhere else. And we've run into that before, on it.
I don't know if I'm still here, and I would agree that let's take one more look around. It's nothing time critical we have, right?
Yeah, we can wait. I mean, it's been like that for, I don't know for how long, so
Yeah.
we just want to get it done, but yeah, I can still.
It'll go up another 10,000 probably, huh?
One, this is Commissioner Hill, if I could, Chairman. One question I have is, do you have other people with bids out that those prices could be affected if we wait too long? You know, example, the glass people, the painters. Are those costs are we going to see a significant increase in those costs if we wait? Are we locked into some pricing there?
Commissioner Kaitan, Buildings and Grounds. Yes, it will definitely will be more. It will be another increase somehow. So, like the glass company, it was under $5,000, and now it's about $5,000. So the only one it's remained their price is the painting, Christine Painting. He's still remaining his price for now, but if we put this one back into the next fiscal year budget, I'm sure that number's gonna change.
Now, Pristine was, they were the
Yeah.
outfit that did this, right?
Yes, yes.
Well, I think we should probably table this for now. And guys agree with that?
I agree with that. I think it's worth one more look.
I'd move to table this item for right now and ask Buildings and Grounds to entertain some additional, see if they can find some additional bids on the project, and also look into the cost of purchasing the scaffolding and licensing.
Mr. Chair, to Mr. French, do you want to just table all of it? Because there's actually 3 different items in here.
I was wondering.
Or,
Item A.
and just do that one piece and then talk about the others?
I thought about that, but they can't do the work unless
Right.
they have the scaffolding. So we may be putting them off for months, you know?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, if you think that they would.
That makes sense to me. I thought at least if we could lock those other ones in, then we might have the pricing
That's
set.
A, B, and C then?
No, it's not B and C, just on that item A, there's actually 3 items in here.
Right.
There's the scaffolding piece, which you've talked about. There's fast glass for 5335, or is there just 2? I'm sorry. Oh, and there's no one more. Pristine Painting is in there at 9,007. So you've got 2 other items. Thought is if you approve that, at least you lock in that pricing with those companies and tell them we're just waiting on the scaffolding. Something like that. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
I think I would be willing to amend my motion to entertain locking in those contracts for the glass, fast glass, and with Pristine Painting. At least lock those contracts in and see if we can get a date on that, and then, take a run at these guys with the scaffolding, so.
Okay. So the motion's been amended to try to work with those fast glass and Pristine Painting to lock in those costs and to look at try one more time to find another bid on the scaffolding. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. Now we're on item B, which is Communication Dispatch Center. Approval for the purchase and installation of a complete secondary backup HVAC system from Hams Heating, AC, and Mechanical Services in an amount not to exceed $49,000. Currently, there is only one HVAC system. It is critical to install a complete secondary HVAC system for the communication dispatch building to protect the facility from overheating, since current HVAC system has failed a few times. Attached are the quotes for the HVAC system, discussion, and possible action.
Commissioners, Kaitan, Buildings and Grounds. So I will explain to commissioners on the budget here and that we have that filling the condenser unit twice. And it is no backup for that building. So we really like to have the secondary unit because we don't have any contractor working locally, so we can mitigate that problem. So the only one in Hams, they're the only one it's available, but most of the time they're working at the mine. So I think it's critical to have that second unit in there.
We don't have currently now a second one, or just,
No,
No.
so it was designed with one system.
Yes.
Designed with two, but they only put one in when they built the building. Saying we'll put the other one in later on, which never happened. But everything's set up for it to go in there. But they need it because it's 911. If it goes down, they got nothing. It gets really hot in there.
So Dave, would that be something that we could fund under the 911 fee?
That's a good question. I think Wendy might be more, be able to explain that. We did look into a lot of that, but most of the, as I recall, Wendy, that fund could only be used for specific to 911. Yeah, you could include that because it's cooling the systems. I would think you could, but I don't know. Do you recall on that, Wendy?
Yep, I can talk to you about that.
Yep.
This is Wendy Maddox for purposes of the record. NRS 244.7645 says that you can use the money in that fund, 1, to adopt and review the 5-year master plan, 2, for broadly to improve the telephone system. C is for purchasing and maintaining those event recording devices. And as it pertains to those event recording devices, it says costs associated with the acquisition, maintenance, storage of data, upgrade, and replacement of equipment. And then it says personnel and training, maintaining, updating, operating the equipment, hardware, and software. And lastly, personnel training, maintenance, retention, and redaction of. So those are specific to the video recording devices. The last thing that it can be used for is an audit. So.
Well, it seemed to me that if the fund is authorized to be used for
improvements,
upgrading and maintaining the system, and the system was designed and engineered for 2 HVAC systems, and we put one of them in there, adding the second one as per the engineered specifications, I think is upgrading. Am I wrong?
Well, and then let me tell you one more thing. So it says broadly the words improve a telephone system, and I see where you're going. Let me just tell you one more definition. Its definition of a telephone system, it means a system for transmitting information between or among points specified by the user that does not change the form or content of the information regardless of the technology, facilities, or equipment used. A telephone system may include, without limitation, wireless or internet technology, facilities, or equipment, and technology, facility, or equipment used for transmitting information. So
That falls into the category. I think we need to put that in there once and for all before we lose that equipment and we get it, the HVAC system goes down. That's the risk we're taking. They're not going to shut down dispatch server system if the HVAC system goes down under the 911 program. They can't. So we're risking that.
So we can't use the 911.
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, I think my impression all along is that you can, because if this HVAC system goes down in the middle of the summer or winter, but specifically the summer, we have about $500,000 worth of high-tech equipment sitting back in that server room. And if it goes on too long, we'll lose all of it. It's a big deal. And so we've gotten very fortunate. This current system has gotten us through, but so it is important that it be done. Now, the only question is if we're going to go that route, that would have to go back to the 911 Advisory Committee. They would have to approve that for recommendation to the county commission. So one thing you could do, if you believe that it's a critical piece of equipment and should be done, you could approve it. Because again, you either think it's worth doing or you don't. And if you believe it is, then we could approve it today and then take it back to 911, see if they want to approve it as part of their, because they're going to have to include that part of their 5-year plan.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point. Wendy Maddox, purposes of the record, we do have Stu with the Galena Group. I can't think of his last name right now. But he's with the Galena Group and he's currently working on that 5-year master plan, and he is really in the know with everything regarding that fund. And perhaps we should also reach out to him and see if he has any guidance or thoughts on it.
I think for now we need to fund it and we need to worry about how we're going to pay for it. But I think we should emphasize paying for it with the intended, that was the intent of the 911 fund. So, yeah. So I think that's, I'll include that as part of my my motion, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would move that we authorize the purchase and installation of a complete secondary backup HVAC system from Ham's Heating and Air Conditioning Mechanical Services in the amount not to exceed $49,000, and to pursue using the 911 fund through the board to fund it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Motion's on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Now we move on to the library. Approval of the replacement of the sidewalk curb gutter by Honeywell Construction in an amount not to exceed $17,000. Replacement of this sidewalk is necessary because citizens and county employees have tripped and fallen. Shaving or grinding down the concrete would be too expensive. Therefore, the recommendation is to replace it. Attached is a copy of the quotes for the concrete replacement. Discussion and possible action.
I fell over.
You did.
Now, some of that has been ground, huh? There has been some of those.
There's not enough left there to grind it. Once you get down to that level, you've got nothing left underneath it.
What's pushing it up, or why is it sinking,
Trees.
or what's going on?
I think there's trees and
Trees? So we can replace it and the trees are going to continue to do what trees do, and that's the new one we put in.
Yeah.
Is that right, Mr.
Yes.
Landscaper?
That's what they're going to do. It might take a few years though.
Might replace a tree.
Oh, yeah, it's 50-50 there. I mean, we can't really cut the tree unless Commissioner want to. We can do that too, but other than that, it's hard to say, but we really need to do something about it with that concrete sidewalk.
Yeah. It's like putting a new tire on a car that's broke down or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, I have actually personal experience with this particular sidewalk. I took a header one day over there, and so that was not a lot of fun.
Should we buy you an axe and let you go over there and kick it out?
I'd be happy to do it. Give me a big chainsaw.
Mr. Chairman? I think this is something that needs to be done, but I don't think we should do it if we don't get rid of the source of the problem. And as much as we all love trees in this community, if the tree is causing the problem, I think it needs to be taken out. And I know I'll catch some flack on that from somebody, but that's just common sense.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So I'll go to my horticulturist, Commissioner Hill. So if you cut off a branch, like let's say there was 1 or 2 big branches that were going under that sidewalk, if you cut that off, will that stunt that growth, or it will continue to grow after you've cut?
This is Commissioner Hill. So yeah, it's getting water out of that root somewhere.
Yeah.
Is it going to affect the tree? Possibly. I guess I would like to see that avenue maybe looked at before we take the whole tree out. You know, if we can take one side of that root structure off, but then maybe you're compromising some stability issues with that tree too. So we start cutting roots on one side of the tree and it blows over into the library, then we have another issue. So I don't know. I think that's probably a little above my pay grade on making that call, but if the tree's pushing the sidewalk up and we want to continue to buy concrete, leave the tree there. If you want to try to fix the problem, we probably should remove the tree.
Okay.
And we don't want to buy a new sidewalk every couple of years. So there's just a couple of things I can see there. It possibly could kill the tree, but more than likely it's going to take some structural stability out from under it and it may end up uprooting itself.
It all depends on how much root you have to remove.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics on that. You know, maybe it's something where we could grind that down and get it down below the surface, but you know, it's going to buy us some time, maybe. But a couple of things there. I hate to see trees go too, but sometimes we have to.
So it's critical right now then? The lift on that sidewalk, or I guess it is critical.
Yeah. It's public safety.
Was 2 years ago when I did it.
Wow.
Is it?
I think there's about 4 trees in there.
Oh, yeah, see it?
Is it?
Oh. That's those pine trees there? That what it
No,
is?
that is
I don't even know.
locust. Is it the locust with those crazy leaves? Yeah, right in the front.
Get rid of the trees, it'll look like a new library.
And the ADA ramp will only cost 100,000 instead of 200.
I know maybe it's where we can identify one, you know, maybe once it's pulled up, you can identify at that point exactly what's causing it to, you know, we know their roots pushing them up, but maybe it's only one that's the big issue, or can't imagine they're all probably looking for water at the same spot. Maybe it's found water there somewhere.
Could be that, could be watering it right there, so.
Yeah.
Could be running.
Usually the roots chase the water, so they're looking for water somewhere. And happens to be under the sidewalk somewhere or beyond.
Yeah, and
Sit with where we're discussing, you know, we had just approved an ADA ramp for the library, where we put it in the capital improvements, did we not?
Yeah.
So where does that ADA ramp fit into this sidewalk tree thing?
The ADA ramp's inside the building. No, it's inside the building. The ADA ramp. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in that entryway when you go in.
It's
That's
going
where
up
we
to
wanna
the
put it.
bathrooms and the meeting room.
Yeah, because it is ADA ramp outside.
Commissioners,
So going into the building.
this is Jessica Anderson.
Fine.
Is this Jessica?
Hey, yeah, the sidewalk they're talking about outside is also our ADA ramp into the library. Otherwise, the only way to get into the library is upstairs.
Okay. Do you like your trees?
So there's 3 trees right outside my office, and we have had problems with limbs falling off, big limbs. And there is some wires, like telephone wires or something, on a pole right next to them that I'm always kind of worried about. If they have to go, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. We could always do something nicer out there, a bench or something like that. So I wouldn't be super sad if I saw those trees go.
Okay.
Commissioners.
Yes.
Hi, this is Abel Darrell, now Assistant County Manager, HR Director for the record. Commissioner Hill, maybe you can chime in on this, but I believe there's different types of trees, you know, if they had to go, we could possibly plant some trees with deep roots that wouldn't affect concrete. I know that there's list out there of some trees that are approved for sidewalks and the sort. That way we could maintain at least a little greenery within our county properties. I know we used to have some before we redid the parking lot. It would just be nice to have that shade and trees. We've had, several events here at the county where the public has come and they've all kind of nested under a tree. So I would just hate to see that personally, that aesthetic go away. And I know that there are trees out there that are rated for sidewalks. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents for that.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, the item that we're discussing is only about a sidewalk, and I guess if we have to remove the tree, that can be,
That'd be some additional cost. We'd have to bring it back.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Hill. I would say if it's our choice to approve it, and then once they pull the sidewalk out, maybe that's when you guys would have to assess it, Enoch and Jeff, see if it's what we really need to do.
they may have to come back for additional money to pull the trees out.
Yeah.
If it is not expensive to cut it down, probably we can pay for it with our funds we have. But if it is exceed $5,000, so we have to come back in front of the commissioner for that.
Shouldn't cost that much.
No. I'm going to say you probably could fall below that. There's 4 trees, 3 trees, 3 big trees.
3 or 4.
Probably be right in there, a little less.
Okay.
I would hope.
I just had 6 removed for half that.
There you go.
All right.
Cool.
Not
So,
a public entity, but
so I think we all have agreed that we need to replace the sidewalk, and then as far as the trees go, we'll deal with that. They will have to be dealt with, but why don't we just go ahead and get the sidewalk approved and then deal with the other later?
Sounds
Sound
good.
good? Can I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner French, I would move that we approve the replacement of sidewalk, curb, and gutter by Honeywell Construction in an amount not to exceed $17,000 at the library.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 And the last is the annex building, approval of replacement of old exterior tile wall with a stucco wall system by Loyola Plastering in an amount not to exceed $6,200. The stucco wall is necessary because the tile wall is falling off and considered a safety issue. Attached are copies of quotes for the stucco wall system. Okay. Go ahead.
So I don't know if the commissioner have been gone through the building, but the half the bottom of that wall, it just fall off by itself in one shot, and then we don't know the rest of that. It's start getting loose or not. So, and the other side in the corner by the parking inside the employee parking lot, it's the same thing. It start coming off too. So I think it's better if we take the whole tile wall in and just put it with stock and get it done. So I'm afraid of when any citizen walk through the sidewalk and that thing can collapse maybe one day and then somebody can get hurt.
Okay. Any questions about what we need to do there?
Nope.
Motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner French, I would move for the approval of the replacement of the old exterior tile wall with a stucco wall system by Loyola Plastering in an amount not to exceed $6,200 at the annex building.
bless you.
Thank you. Okay. Motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Then, number 19, buildings and ground request approval to purchase one 2022 crew cab four-wheel drive pickup truck. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to purchase a base model four-wheel drive 2022 crew cab pickup approved in the 2020-21 budget in an amount not to exceed $35,000. Bid was received from Capital Ford, $37,795.11. Humboldt Ford, $37,639.25, and Champion Chevrolet for $34,261.60. Recommend acceptance of the lowest bid from Champion Chevrolet Reno at $34,261.60. Discussion and possible action. So,
Commissioner Eno Gaitan, Buildings and Ground. So when we asked him for a truck in that time, we was going to get another lease truck, but you Commissioner, they're opting to purchase instead of buying. I mean, to purchase instead of leasing the vehicle, and then Commissioner, they give us up to $35,000, either buy a used one or buy a new one. So, so this is the truck we just found under that $35,000.
your trucks last 10 years or more, huh?
Yes, everything truck we have, currently we have, it's buy, except the one we got it 3.5 years ago on the lease program. But like we say in the budget hearing, it's not ours. We can't really do anything. We can modify, we can drill hole, we can do nothing to it. So it's basically we driving like a luxury car without touching anything to it.
So this is a $35,000 truck that replaced the truck we talked about in the budget.
Yeah, we need it. Yes, we need an additional truck.
I think we approved another one.
No, it was
No.
just listed in there as a lease that's not up this year.
Yeah.
Not up till next year, I don't think. at
Yeah,
least.
but
Correct.
we also talked about maybe there's a sheriff rig or something like that. With that for buildings and grounds.
No.
Yeah, Chris's. We were gonna check to see if Chris is at the detention center.
Yeah.
What the buyback would be on that.
It's a truck, isn't it?
Huh?
Yeah.
They were supposed to have a number on that very quickly, very soon.
It's not a truck?
No, Chris's isn't. This is a Suburban.
It's a Tahoe.
Yeah, Tahoe, yeah.
That kind of truck.
No, this is the one I'm looking at, is a pickup truck.
Yeah, they call them trucks too.
Oh.
I never understood it either, but they do.
So are we replacing a truck with this truck? Is that what's going on?
No, this is it's adding another one in our fleet.
How many?
We're short one right now.
But if we approve this, you still need, because you had another vehicle in
Not in the next budget, we haven't. The only price in the next budget was paying his lease on the vehicle that we already got.
Yeah, the one we present in our budget is to continue the truck we have into the leasing program.
I remember we talked about the sheriff's vehicle that had 25,000 miles on it, including it, maybe looking at purchasing it. Maybe it was for another department.
I think it was another department. It was for the assessor's office.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. Okay.
I would say that their stuff's pretty specialized, you know, they have their work utility beds and their stuff. I think, sounds like you found one that's already built. Is that, or would you have one built?
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
You would have one built specially for you guys with a utility bed and,
No, this is just a truck.
oh,
It's a pickup truck.
just a pickup, okay.
Yeah, but we will get the ability to change the bed
Gotcha.
later on if we need to.
Right, okay. Okay.
Okay. What's the wishes?
This is new.
Yes.
What do we think?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman.
We're getting by without it now.
We're short of employees at the moment.
So currently, 2 employees travel together to get that employee where they need to go, right? This way they would have their own trucks.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting at, I guess.
You have one truck already.
We've got, how many?
Well, two. Yeah, because we show it 2-person.
We have one and then the leased vehicle, is that what you have?
Yes, we got one lease vehicle, yes.
Yes.
So you, Commissioner, you asking how many trucks do we have in our fleet? That's the question?
Yes.
We have, we got 5.
I guess this is Commissioner Hill again. My question would be, and you already answered it. You're not going to replace one of those. You're going to add to your, I guess I'm just looking for some justification
Yes.
for this.
So, so the last hire we had before we got the 2 short position, it was Mitch. So, so we don't have another vehicle for him. So that's the additional vehicle for that new, that's the last very new position we have. So that's what we need, another vehicle.
So you're short one truck to have everybody have their own.
Yes.
So that everybody would have their own vehicle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what the issue is.
How often does everybody need a vehicle? Do you share?
No, we don't share because everybody's doing their own thing, so we can't share a vehicle.
Yeah, they get their instructions in the morning and they all head out to their jobs. Currently, they have to take somebody with them or drop him off, and then he doesn't have all of his equipment, so it's,
But this vehicle stays predominantly in town.
oh yeah.
Maybe we should take.
Unless they go to McDermott or Denio to fix something at the libraries up there. So,
I don't know his specific situation, but knowing the type of work, it's definitely more efficient for everybody to have their own tools and have their own trucks. And I think a lot more work gets done when you're not relying on another person to carry you somewhere and drop you off with your toolbox and bring you stuff. You know, in their line of work, I think it's a lot more efficient to have everybody staffed up with vehicles.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm wondering, my question is, are there opportunities, if this is a truck that's going to be used in town, for instance, if, you know, like say Wayne left, resigned, he was predominantly with juvenile detention, right? Over by the sheriff's office.
Yeah, but he's still traveled out to Denio or McDermott too, depends what the projects are. If it's more plumbing out there to do, they'd go out there too. So we're all over the place.
Yeah. You see where we're going
Yeah,
with it? We're
I
just
see
trying
where
to
you're
figure
going.
out if, is there a cheaper alternative at this stage of the game to add a vehicle? You know, you know, there's cheaper alternatives. So, no, we're not going to add another vehicle right now. But I'm wondering if we meet in the middle someplace, we can find another vehicle. We could, like a lease turn in, we could outright buy, or a vehicle that would stay predominantly in town. I know you used to have one that was in town all the time. Used to park out here on the end of that lot out there. But, you know, if you had a vehicle that had to go to Denio once in a while, you could grab one of the newer fleet and take it, you know. But I'm just saying, I'm just kind of $37,000. I'd
34,
You know,
261.
and a lot of times, if you go to denial, it'll be 2 people going anyway, won't it? I mean, for safety reasons and, you know, to help. I'm just not sure that it's justified at this time, maybe later.
Feel the same way, and I would like to see us take advantage of every opportunity to use a vehicle that might be low mileage that we're getting ready to trade in.
That was the commissioner, that's what they told us last year. This is a $35,000 looking for used one or new one. So we're not gonna use it looking for used one if it's that the new one, if it fits under that $35,000.
So I have one more question, not to beat this to death. So this is for a regular full-size pickup with a regular body on it. Then we're going to have additional expense of putting a cargo body on it and everything. Is that true? Or are you going to leave it as just a normal drive-around pickup?
We're gonna leave it like it is for now. We don't know if we're gonna really have to put a body box in the future, so.
Okay.
Let's move along here. So if there's any further questions for Enoch on this?
I don't have any.
Is there any will to make a motion to approve this? It's not sounding good, Enoch. Do we have to make a motion one way or the other?
Yeah, I would make a motion and you can deny it or make a motion not.
I'll
to
make a
approve
motion.
it.
You know what? I'll make a motion. This is Commissioner Hill. I would make a motion that we approve the purchase of a base model four-wheel drive 2022 crew cab pickup approved in the 2021 budget in the amount of $34,261 to Champion Chevrolet.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Aye.
Leaves it up to you. You spoke.
Enoch?
Oh,
Hold on.
I voted.
You did? Nay?
I voted.
Nay.
So, motion did not pass. It was 3-2. Commissioners Tipton, Cherry, French voted nay, and Haas and Hill voted in the affirmative, so voted aye. So for now, we'll at least put this on hold.
You can bring it back.
You can bring it next year.
Okay.
When you get
Or an alternative.
Yeah, or an alternative.
Get another employee hired.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay. These guys.
Okay, we're on number 20, which is the library request to accept a grant of $10,000, consideration, discussion, possible action to accept a grant of $10,000 from the Library Services and Technology Act and State Library and Archives in support of the dramatic play at the Humboldt County Library and match of $1,000. The grant does require a 10% match, $1,000, that will come from the library's book budget to be spent on books supporting the dramatic play programming to be added to the library collection. Discussion and possible action. Jessica, are you still on the line?
Yes, this is Jessica Anderson for the record. So we know we've been wanting to do this program for a while. We already do some of it through our story time, but we went out there and we found the funds for it. So yay.
Okay. So this is a grant, you have to come up with just $1,000. Huh?
Yes, and we will take that from our book budget.
All right. Any questions for Jessica? Unless you had anything else to add, Jessica.
Just that dramatic play does support literacy.
Okay. This is a grant, any $1,000 from the libraries, from the library fund, but which pleasure of the board?
I think it's a good leverage of money.
Yeah. Good.
Can I get a motion?
Mr. Chairman, that's Commissioner French, I'd move to accept a grant of $10,000 from Library Services and Technology Act and State Library and Archives in the support of dramatic play at the Humboldt County Library, which will include a match of $1,000 from the library.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we are on number 21 is Public Works Department General Road Projects. A presentation by Humboldt County Public Works Director Don Kalkowski to update the board on road projects within Humboldt County. However, no action may be taken on a matter raised until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Don, do we have you online?
I am, Commissioner. This is Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. Excuse me. So let's see, Winnemucca area, we last couple of weeks been working Bird Lane area, which is a new section we took in last year, maybe the year before, I can't remember. Also Grass Valley area, been working on. Jungo is also included. Jungo Road, we had some communication with the railroad that they were going to close the crossing out there by Bottle Creek for 3 days straight, 3 days in a row to redo the crossing. And I was working with Highcroft to kind of put them at ease and trying to find some alternatives and help resolve that. And then I guess it was last Monday morning, the railroad called and said they had to close it down this week or last week due to some safety issues. So, and miraculously, they were able to get everything done in 1 day. So that was all fixed and resolved. We're still working on Jungle Road, however, just trying to get that brought up. We've been putting material out there, trying to get prepared for mag chloride applications. Also, Winnemucca area last Wednesday, some of the commissioners will be happy to know that we did the grinding out on Herschel Road, and I think it turned out pretty decent. I think we're going to have a little bit of continued maintenance out there. The way that was fixed there was a little slip. Yes.
Don, this is Commissioner French. Thank you for that, by the way. Did that include the cattle guard too? That approach to the cattle guards is just on the other side of the crossing?
No, it did not. So we didn't do anything with the cattle guard just because of the asphalt on that section of road. It's not really asphalt, it's grindings that's been chip sealed over. And I did not want to disturb that section, knowing that it is very thin. So we're going to have to go in there at some point and raise that cattle guard and get it back up to the same level as the roadway and probably do some hot asphalt patches, up to it on either side, 18 inches, 2 feet, something like that. So at some point we're still going to have to get in there and address the cattle guard.
Thanks.
So, you bet. And like I was saying, the Herschel, there was a slip plane. There was 2 layers of asphalt in there, and it wasn't repaired correctly, and it's going to be a little bit of a maintenance nightmare for us for a little while until some of that stuff blows off of there with traffic and whatnot. But we're going to keep an eye on it. Paradise Valley, working Shelton, Chimney, Little Humboldt. We've also been working on getting signs put up. We had a sign order come in the last couple of weeks, and so the guys on all the crews are kind of working getting the signs, some of the old destroyed signs replaced. Golconda area, we're working on the Midas Road. The Hecla mines, the Midas mine, and I cannot for the life of me remember the other one that's out there. But they're not doing any maintenance on the road anymore per se. So that's all on us. And so the guys are out there working on that road, and it's taken a little bit because the mines are still hauling on that road, but supposedly that comes to an end by the end of April, and they will no longer be hauling on that road. Orovada Kings River area, I guess according to the guys, they're working in Kings River. They've been doing a little bit of spot work in Orovada as it pops up, but majority of the work's been in Kings River. And then Denio, Knott Creek, and Bog Hot, we've done some blading on the last couple of weeks. And then BLM came and grabbed some culverts from us, from our stock, to place on Soldier Meadows Road, which they're going to be working on this spring. And then our mag chloride program, we're looking at the end of May, beginning of June to start working on that. Any questions?
None from me. Is there any questions for any of the commissioners?
No, I'd like to thank you, Don, as Commissioner Tipton. I'd like to thank you for finishing up that Herschel Crossing.
You're quite welcome, and I'm sorry it took so long. It was just, yeah, Mother Nature was just not being nice to us. So I will say that UPRR was a huge help on that, and you know, I've done a few things for them over the last year or so, and they've remembered. So they've been very receptive and accommodating to my requests. So it's been kind of nice.
Great. Any other questions for Don? Comments? Thank you, Don.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thanks, Don.
Item 22, Humboldt County TV District, request for approval to transfer microwave relay licenses that are no longer needed. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to transfer microwave relay licenses WPN 1479 and WMV 406 to PBS Studios in Reno. Humboldt County TV District no longer needs these licenses. All fees associated to this transfer will be paid by PBS Studios. Discussion and possible action. You would like to speak on this?
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So in the past, I think I've talked to you about how we had a microwave system that came out of Reno and bounced off several peaks. And Toulon Peak was one just outside of Pershing County there, and then it came into Winnemucca. Since we went to the broadband, and now all of those signals come through the broadband connection, we haven't needed those for about 3 years. But the licenses are coming due, and PBS wants the licenses from us, which we're fine with that because we're no longer using